Hey-o! Happy Monday, everyone. Hope you had a fabulous weekend. I hope you went to Divine Liturgy. I did. What a week. What a wild week. Had a fun debate on Saturday. Thanks for everyone who came out. That was insane. To me, that was crazy. That's like, physicalism is insane. And, I did notice something at the panel after, which was just incoherent yelling. Wasn't that great. The panels usually suck, no matter what channel you're on. Panels kind of suck after. It's also, the debaters going for 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. They have to go to a panel, and then what ultimately happens is there's another debate about a different topic that both debaters don't prepare for, so... Anyway, that was interesting. I'm still sifting through some of the sound bites through that debate and piecing something together. In other news, looks like the 5v1 clip, someone big posted it. So my little elvish head has gone fairly viral. It doesn't mean that anyone knows who I am, though, which is fine with me. Honestly. But it was interesting to see it sort of overnight. I think it's at like 1.6 million or something. The way they always post it, it's like Christian owns. They don't necessarily care who the person is. And that's understandable. It's like when they share memes. You don't really care who made the meme. You just share the meme, right? So Leo bit all the bullets. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He did. Jim Bob, you aren't born again. Jesus Christ resurrected. By whose standard? You? Are you the authority there, Jesus Christ resurrected? What you talking about, son? What are you talking about? Born again? I'm not born again? What's that mean? What's that mean? You born again? You born again or not? He says, Jim Bobby, read Romans 8:9. Why? How do I know I'm reading that correctly if I read it, bro? Just read things, guys. Look, if you read the Bible and you think something about the Bible, you're born again. See? It's like it's being a trans Christian. Look, I'm not a trans Christian. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I don't share your idea of what born again means, bro. I don't take arbitrary positions from people in the chat about 2,000 years of Christianity, bro. You wouldn't even, if you said that in the 2nd century, no one wouldn't even know what you're talking about, dude. Imagine going up to some laity who's on his way to liturgy and be like, you're not born again. It's like, what are you talking about? Roof maxing. Unhipbone 5 buckaroos. Thank you. Thanks you, Brad, for the membership. And another big 20 from Calvin. Thank you. Taxes. Yeah, pay your taxes. You don't share what early Christians church believe. You don't have any standard, dude. You don't know what... You don't... If that was true, how would you know that? I don't share what early Christians believe. Look, I can track my divine liturgy that I just attended back to as early as the 1st century, dude. What I know Christians didn't believe in the early century is that you could just read the Bible. You know why? Because most Christians were illiterate and there wasn't Bibles available. Fool? What are you, some sort of fool?
Can God create a rock so big he can't lift it?
Clowns offer God's love through the joy promised by Jesus Christ.
We got a real clown in the chat already. They're early. They're starting early on me. So today we're going to look at a variety of things. Everyone's still upset about the ICE thing. It's just like, listen, lesbian lady. You have a background in training people how to provoke ICE agents and federal agents. You were clearly being provocative. You weren't just trying to get to whatever your next location. Federal agent, it's really simple. Federal agent approaches car. Federal agent touches car. You don't put the car in reverse or forward at that point. Simple. It's so simple. Done. W's in the chat for ice. Ice cold. In other news, tomorrow at 2 p.m. my time, Mountain Time, I will be on Jay Dyer's channel. We will be reviewing 2 movies. I don't know how much time on each, but one is called Eden, I told you guys about. And another is Gone Girl, an old classic from 2016, I think. And we're discussing these themes, feminism. I think Eden has some core themes in there that have tension, like traditionalism versus like Wild West libertarianism, other things. So Jay and I will compare observations and notes. So that'll be cool. What else? I just saw this another cringe video from TMM. I love roasting this guy. He's a guy who just hides behind the screen with his voice and in a pithy, snarky way, in a condescending way, just kind of does these like side critiques, and he never actually debates anybody because he's a coward. And so I like to go at him pretty hard because of that, because he just hides behind his videos. He never actually defends himself. And so this one is about evolution. Then we're going to look at Jesse Lee Peterson, who's just one of the most fascinating creatures. I've been on his show once, and he's going to be on Sam Hyde. So the combination of those two in the same room, I believe, having not seen it, is going to produce some pretty funny reactions from me, at least. Renee Good got she wanted. Yeah, she's a murder. She's a little murder. And it's funny watching all these, like, butch lesbians freak out with their little TikToks, and they're crying, "Oh, she got killed because you..." No. You're in a vehicle. A vehicle is a weapon, and that's it. You want to not die. You want to de-escalate. You don't put your car into reverse or forward if there's federal agents telling you not to. It's simple. Simple. Okay? There's nothing to even argue. Do you know who Antangelo? I do know who Otangelo is, yeah. Bad theology. God bless his heart, though. Seems like a nice guy. Bad theology, though. Jesus Christ resurrected. Stop telling us to read things if you're largely talking to an audience that holds to a normative authority of interpretation. You saying read something doesn't tell us the interpretation of what you're telling us to read, okay? So just stop. If you're going to spam the chat with scriptures, we're going to spam you with banning you. You will be gone, girl. Okay? Stop it. Stop spamming the chat. We don't grant your interpretation. Simple. Okay? There's no place to take it, dude. Stop with the clown stuff.
Clowns offer God's love through the joy promised by Jesus Christ.
Stop it. Anyway. I was going to say we can go over some of the debate, but I think for most of you who are there, the debate is still up. And really, Leo, my interlocutor, I got to hand it to him. He was very well composed, and so I matched his energy, of course. And he just bit every bullet. And I think it was over in the first 10 minutes because for those of you who missed the debate, the topic was, is knowledge impossible under physicalism? I argued yes. I gave 2 syllogisms that really weren't interacted with directly, but they didn't need to be because Leo bit the bullet. Under the physicalist view, knowledge doesn't actually exist. And so if the consequence of physicalism being true is that knowledge doesn't exist, then the claim Even the claim knowledge doesn't exist. So how could something be possible, but it has no possibility of existing? That doesn't make any sense. It logically can't exist, it metaphysically can't exist, and it can't concretely exist. How could knowledge be possible? It can't be. So that was pretty much a massive L. I don't even feel like another debate I don't feel like I even won. It's like that Mormon debate before. I didn't win that debate. The consequence is that I was called the winner, but I didn't actively necessarily win the debate. My opponents lose their debate. Like, it seems like that happens a lot, huh? Giovanni, $5. JB, my boy, just finished watching your 1v5. Is the full one up yet, or he's parsing that out? There's nothing to interpret? No, dude. Everything requires interpretation, okay? I told you. Jesus Christ. Resurrected. Stop it. Stop it. All right. Let's bring this up. Let's get into at least the atheist part, because he said something insane in here. He said something real wild, this TMM guy. Woo! What a nut job. What a nutcase.
They're lying about evolution.
One of the biggest objections I run into when I'm having conversations with people, objections to the existence of God, is the evolution. They would hear slogans like, well, evolution has disproven Christianity.
How come I've never heard that slogan? It's entirely reasonable to see the evidence of evolution and conclude that the book of Genesis is not literally true, but I've never heard of anyone who stopped believing in God because they learned about evolution.
Well, let's look at it this way. Just because you never heard anyone doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Huh? Maybe I should talk like this on all my live streams. Well, I guess I'll do a critique about this guy talking like him. Well, the fact is, it depends on which God you believe in. Under the Christian view, TMM, if it's true that Jesus Christ took on humanity to die and resurrect and save the world, that's not possible if there's not a universal thing he can take on called humanity. Now, the consequences of evolution, TMM, is that there's no such thing as a universality of humanity or any other species because they're always in flux. If they're always in flux, Jesus Christ can't take on any universality of humanity, only take on a particular creature's humanity. So he's only saving himself. You see, you're an idiot. Lord have mercy. Forgive me.
So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to show a section of the film that talks about that particular.
$20 from JLP, or says from Noah. Sorry, dude. I'm a little bit out of it. Noah. Thank you, Noah. $20 from Noah. JLP on the Sam Hyde show was incredible. Yeah, we're going to watch that toward the end. Save the gold for the end. Some of the funniest natural comedic moments on Sam's show so far. Any book recommendation on logic and philosophy? Not really. I mean, I don't use books. I did buy Logically Fallacious. That's really good for fallacies if you want to study fallacies and be an annoying, that's a fallacy, that's a fallacy, that's a fallacy. If you want to do that, study that book. But I usually watch videos. I consume, for some reason, I can consume better through the video or audio format. If that's the case, go over to Father Deacon Ananias' Patristic Faith. He's got a whole slew of philosophical summaries, half courses, full courses, and stuff like that. Patristic Faith. Jordan, $5. You see that Prat Brian Davila interview on Orthodox Priest? The priest gave damn good lashing of Brian's video. No, what is? Do you know the topic of the video? I'll take a look at that. If not today, another day. Send that over to me, okay?
Topic. But the film is going to have a bunch of different topics we'll cover as well.
Awesome. Let's do it. I'll pull it up here.
In my book, Darwin's Doubt, I discuss a problem that Darwin understood about his own theory, even in 1859 when he published The Origin of Species, and that is that the pattern of appearance of new forms of life in the fossil record does not match the branching tree pattern that he presented in The Origin of Species.
He also explains in the same book why this is the case. The fossil record is far from perfect. It's rare for any organism to end up as a fossil. There have to be very specific conditions in place so you don't get to see every organism preserved. For example, after a fossil layer is deposited, the top of it will erode before the next layer forms on top of it, making it look like there are evolutionary jumps from layer to layer. Chapter 9 of The Origin of Species is all about this.
Hold on a second, TMM. You got a bunch of problems here. First of all, the time in which a fossil is required to be formed, the time required for a fossil to be formed changes. There's rapidly created fossils, and from your view, there's long time created fossils. But you got a bigger problem here, bucko. You can't argue that evolution occurs, which is these transitions between species that are very slow through random mutation and changes in the population. If the claim is evolution happens at the population level, you can't find a singular rare species and say it's evidence of transition, because it's against your argument about it being a population then. Now you're arguing you can cite and reference evolution happening at the singular individual level. So you have to, you know what I mean? So according to meet your own standards, you're going to have to find an entire population of fossils that show the similar place they're in to then interpolate that and be like, oh, that was a whole population of this thing that had similar features but different enough. But no, you don't. You find very rare, not even fully intact fossils or skeletons or bones. You know what I mean?
Based on the bones.
And then what you do is you go, look at that singular thing. I'm going to argue for the population level change based on the singular thing. That's not even proper induction, by the way. Proper induction is looking at a collection of particulars and then reducing to a generality. You're looking at one particular, two particulars. You don't have a set. You don't have a set of fossils to call them transition or to say that you're observing evolution. You bunch of liars.
But instead, in the fossil record, new forms of life arise very abruptly.
Darwin explains that imperfections in the fossil record just make it look like they arise very abruptly more often than this actually happens.
And
he doesn't know that? Is that TMM? Is that scientific? Oh, Darwin says that they look like it. Well, they could look like a lot of things. You could look at an observation, and it could look like a lot of things.
And there's one particular such event in the history of life that's especially dramatic. It's known as the Cambrian explosion.
The increase in the presence of fossils in the Cambrian layer is at least partly explained by the evolution of shells. They are much more likely to fossilize than the soft-bodied worm.
The evolution of shells? It's amazing. They think that's an explanation. How do you explain the evolution of this? Well, that's explained by the evolution of the other thing that I need an explanation for. Hey, TMM, have you ever thought before you're typing? Have you ever thought maybe read what you're writing? That one evolutionary explanation, you can't just posit a new thing called the evolution of shells, because that's the thing in question, bucko. Giovanni, 20 big buckaroos, as a former atheist, does anyone find their sneaky little attitude annoying? Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I had a sneaky little attitude like this. They probably think we have a sneaky creation tart attitude. Dude, I had 2 coffees. Maybe I had too much coffee. These guys live on a straw man. That's literally the main reason why I started to realize these guys are phony intellectuals. They definitely are. Thank you, Octavian, 5 gifted memberships.
Worms that existed prior to the Cambrian. It's not so much an explosion in new forms of life as it is an explosion in the number of species that can leave fossils.
That's life. You need all of that life, dude. So all you're doing is presupposing that there's extra life to leave extra fossils. It's just amazing.
Most of the first animals arise during the Cambrian period, and these first animals exemplify very new ways of arranging body parts and tissues called a body plan.
Mm-hmm.
On my shelf here, I've got a trilobite fossil, and this particular one has very well preserved trilobite eyes. The trilobites, one of the earliest Cambrian animals, came on the scene already with sophisticated compound eyes. You can see the compound eyes like the eyes of modern insects. We know those are very sophisticated.
Dude, look at those eyeballs. Imagine having those for a day.
Devices. They are there from the very beginning of the Cambrian explosion.
Their fossils are there from the beginning of the Cambrian explosion. Because the animals that actually...
Jesus Christ, listen, we're not talking about orthodoxy right now, so stop diverting the chat, okay? Get him out of here. You're gone. Goodbye. You're done.
Fossilized are a very tiny sample of all of the organisms that existed. We can't tell how long it took for the eyes to evolve.
You don't even know how they evolve. What are you talking about? You can't tell how long. You can't even explain how an eye comes to be from not an eye, dude. We can't even tell how long. We can't tell how long anything required to evolve. We just have to presuppose it and assume that it took that long. That is what we do. We are smart. We're atheists. These creation tards are so stupid. We don't even actually know how anything evolved mechanically. We just know that it did. We don't know how long either. We just know that it took a long time. We're smart.
They were likely there, developing very gradually since long before the Cambrian.
What does that mean, developing gradually? That is not an explanation, TMM. You can't just say developing. How does an eye develop gradually? That's the thing in question. Okay. Oh, you told a story. Cool. Tell me how the story actually occurred in inside the chapters. Well, it did happen. I'm just going to write the chapter title over and over again. The chapter title is Eyes Evolved Over a Long Period of Time. Chapter 1, the eyes evolved over a long period of time. Let's get into the chapter. Eyes evolved a long period of time. Like, dude, you're not saying anything.
These guys want you to think it was sudden because they want it to look more like magic. They want you to think that's impossible, or at least improbable for...
Actually, no, TMM. If you follow the trend of evolution and what they're trying to get to is that they actually have to speed up the time period. So they agree with us. The explanation, the way they're studying evolution now is instead of saying more time... Dude, you're so far behind. You don't even know what your current dogma is. You don't even know your current dogma, dude. The idea that if you just add more time, these things happen isn't even something that's currently held. They're actually reversing that and going, well, we need to figure out how things actually evolve quicker. That's what they're trying to figure out. And you're like, no, more time.
For it to happen naturally so they can sell you on the idea that God did it. They look for every opportunity to overstate the number and speed of sudden changes.
No, we actually use your math, dude. If you look at the claim of the Pakicetus, the wolf-like dog becoming a whale, you guys grant it 15 million years. That math is not consistent with looking at the same math for what just two regulatory genes evolving. How much time that would require with a fly, 1 million years. Two regulatory genes based on your own math occurring in humans is like 100 million years. And that's the human maintaining exactly its humanness. Just two genes. But you have a whale emerging from a land wolf in 15 million years.
Every time we see innovation, it happens explosively. These are called radiation events. So there are radiation events for the fishes, for amphibians, for reptiles. There are 3 radiation events for birds. There's a radiation event for mammals. And even when human beings come on the scene, there's something called the sociocultural Big Bang, where out of nowhere, this incredibly sophisticated behavior appears explosively. This is completely contrary to what you'd expect from an evolutionary framework.
There's absolutely nothing about this that is contrary to evolution. Sometimes sudden ecological changes can create vastly different selection pressure.
That's a claim, bro. That's a claim. This guy would get cooked, dude.
Steve McLovin, evolutionary arguments would say that at some point wombats used to poop something that wasn't a square.
Yeah, makes sense, Vagine. Giovanni, $20 says, I'm so confused on what they believe. So inanimate objects became animate at some point. Why didn't every rock and tree or anything else considered inanimate come to life? Well, they actually do hold the magical. We hold a miraculous view. And because we hold that miracles are possible and creation is possible, that God can create, it's not actually inconsistent with our view, so it's not called magic. But it is magic for their view. Why? Because they're naturalists. So they think saying magic to a Christian or someone who believes in creation means anything to us. We don't abide by your naturalistic paradigm, dude. However, your own beliefs are magical. It's magical thinking to think that dead inorganic matter became alive, and not only alive, but started building its own apparatuses for no reason at all. Things that worked why? Worked why? Why does something work? Why would something work at all? And then you get this constant claim, right? There's absolutely nothing about this that's contrary to evolution. Sometimes sudden ecological changes can create vastly different selection pressures. Yeah? How did you determine that? By the way, you guys don't even believe, this is what I've always exposed about these sneaks. They hold two views simultaneously, and they change between the two. One view is that there's a thing called the environment that somehow provokes the organism. No, that's not even what you guys believe. You guys believe that random mutation happens and it produces some phenomenon that it's either compatible with the environment or it's not. So which is it? He's going to say, well, it's both. I get to choose. When I want to say the environment is prodding at the animal and the animal goes, I'm going to react. I'm going to react to this. Well, no, that's called adaptation. That's epigenetics. That's not what you claim evolution is. And reacting to stimuli in a meaningful way, reacting to the external environment as a creature, assumes that you already have embedded in the organism the ability to do that. Which is it, TMM? You don't even know. Dude, I dare you. I would pay you. I would raise $500 and I would pay you the full $500 to debate me on evolution, TMM. You hear me? $500. I will pay you to debate me one-on-one, moderated platform on evolution. You defend evolution against me.
That drastically alter the organisms in that ecosystem.
You would expect that there would be a proliferation of species, which eventually leads to new genera, which eventually leads to new families, then new orders, new classes, and last of all, new phyla. But we see the opposite in the fossil record. The phyla show up first, and they show up simultaneously and suddenly.
I doubt that's true, but even if it is, it would be their fossils that show up suddenly. They can't show every step along their evolution, and sometimes major...
What's a step? There are no steps. That's the thing. Evolution has to hold that every single moment in time is a step. They just arbitrarily create these fictional ideas in their head that there's steps, while simultaneously holding that every moment between step A and step B has a step, infinite steps in between, and that each infinite step in the evolutionary process has to be equally valuable in its status, but simultaneously not valuable enough to keep. Each step has to justify keeping whatever it has while simultaneously changing what it has towards something that it's not, whether it's a species or even the mechanism itself. So think about the heart. The heart is functional right now, and we know this because if your heart fails and there's a doctor who has a fake heart, he makes a purposeful fake heart. You wouldn't say that the fake heart has no purpose. That would be silly. But you also have to believe from an evolutionary view that there are many millions of years that there were these versions of proto-hearts that operated in some unique way that's similar to the heart, but you can't tell me what they are. And all the steps in between. And that's just a heart. They have to argue this for actual species. That means a species includes all of these diverse body plans, and inside a body plan you have unique particular elements and mechanisms that all work together, that each of those things have to develop their own way through the evolutionary process, and the wholeness of the organism has to develop its own way in the process too. And once you ask them, people like this, you ask TMM if he ever had the balls to go one-on-one with someone, you ask them, can you explain how that happened? I know that you're claiming that it happened, but I would really love, TMM, if you explained how it happened. 1972 Challenger says for $5, how does an eye evolve to be advantageous to an environment a million years in the future? What informs that? Nothing does. It's random from their view. And by the way, they have to give themselves a proto-eye first. How did the eye develop? You ask an evolution proponent? Well, I need you to grant me an eye first. No, it's not an eye. It's a proto-eye. Okay. How does a proto-eye develop? Oh, you need to grant me a proto-eye.
Major geological or climate changes can put sudden selection pressures on the organisms in the ecosystem and lead to vast rapid changes. This could be a factor in the Cambrian explosion and the different species that arose after photosynthesis first evolved and dumped a lot of oxygen.
Wait, did you just say photosynthesis evolved? I'm sorry. That's a new one for me. That's a new one for me indeed. So photosynthesis, the process in which plants and organisms convert light into, that evolved? Yeah, I'm just going to assume another thing evolved in order to explain what you want explained through a process. I just have to tell you another process. I have no idea how it happened. Talk about magic, dude.
Into the air. This is not evidence of supernatural intervention.
So when we see these big explosions of new biological form...
Okay, how does a plant exist in order to evolve to gain the function that's required to exist? Well, you see, photosynthesis evolved in organisms that actually necessarily require photosynthesis to exist. It's always the same shit, dude. Why does this thing have this thing? Because it needs it to survive. Did it evolve to get the thing? Yeah. So it didn't need it to survive. Well,
we now know we're also seeing evidence of big explosions of biological information. To build that form, you need information. It's kind of like in the computer world, where if you want to give your computer a new function, you have to give it new code.
Listen to this, dude. This is the most insane thing I think I've heard from TMM here. Listen closely to what the man says, and then listen to what TMM says. You guys are going to laugh your ass off right now.
Explosions of biological information. To build that form, you need information. It's kind of like in the computer world, where if you want to give your computer a new function, you have to give it new code.
If you want to give your computer function, you have to give it new code, right? No one disagrees with that. Listen to this guy's counter.
Not if it's AI. With AI, you can get new functions with training data rather than code.
Every time I interrogate people on evolution who claim that it's scientifically valid, instead of answering my questions, they will just say that I'm uneducated on the topic.
I know, Vagine. I know what it's like. Can we just sit with this for a second? This is one of those things I have to play slowly. Okay.
We now know we're also seeing evidence of big explosions of biological information. To build that form, you need information. It's kind of like in the computer world, where if you want to give your computer a new function, you have to give it new code.
Let's just do it real slow. Let's put it on a little slower here, 7.5.
Not if it's AI. With AI, you can get new functions with training data rather than code.
Who trains the data? Who trains it? Who gives it training data at TMM? Who creates AI? Dude's argument, the Christian's argument here, he's not a real Christian, but whatever. What's his name again? Nice guy. that guy's arguing, right? The guy arguing against evolution in this case says, oh, look at code. Look at it. It needs code. That code needs a place to come from. That needs intentionality, right? He's arguing that God is not a crazy idea, even if you said God. Well, it's not a great argument for God, I admit. It's just an argument for a mind or some intent. It could be an alien, right? This is why you don't want to really take this foundationalist view. But anyway, there's some mind behind code. That's what we know about code. That's his argument. TMM says, well, no, not if it's requires a mind like AI, because with AI, which requires a mind, you can get new functions with a mind and intent. To training data, mind required rather than code. Dude, how embarrassing for you, TMM? How embarrassing.
According to the fossils record, flowering plants came about 160 million years ago. But somehow pollen fossils are found 550 million years ago before any flowering plants could exist.
Yeah.
Massive discrepancies.
Yeah, they just grant themselves ecology, by the way. That's what's funny. They're like, well, the animal could change based on ecological pressures. Ecology has to exist. You need to tell me how you get that.
Where does that information come from?
Natural selection. Creationists want you to think that information is some woo-woo spooky phenomenon that can only come from a mind.
You just admitted that it has to come from a mind using your AI example, TMM. You didn't give a counterexample without a mind. And now you're just saying natural selection. No, natural selection is the environment, in a sense, without intent, dictating what happens with the animals. Natural selection doesn't give you the information, dum-dum.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
So Meyer, as his name Stephen Meyer, goes, hey, information, what we know about code and informing behavior is that information comes from a mind. He said, no, natural selection. No. Natural selection doesn't give you information, dude.
Which they also want you to believe is some spooky woo-woo thing. Information is just non-randomness. Mutations are random, but the way they are filtered is not. A common type of mutation is gene doubling. Sometimes 2 copies of a gene will pop up where there was once only 1 copy.
That requires that you have information already, dum-dum. These people are such weaselly snakes, I'm telling you. Column Rocks, $5 says, a highly complicated chemical process to turn light waves into sugars evolved. Insert SpongeBob Rainbow. Yeah, dude. It's wild. Murdoch says for another $20. Thank you so much. Very generous. Climate change, quote, sudden selection pressure, a lot of oxygen. Do you know what that happens when the atmosphere changes so drastically you can't hardly breathe? Right. I can't breathe.
If one of those copies further mutates, you've got brand new additional information.
No, he's not asking whether or not you think new information can exist. He's asking the origin of the information. You're such a weasel, dude. $500, TMM. $500 I will raise if you debate me one-on-one with camera, by the way. You weaselly pig snake.
In the genome. This can result from the ordinary functions of chemistry. No.
Skeptic Prod, quote, real Christian. Yeah, there are fake Christians and real Christians, necessarily so. If God established a church, then there are heretical churches, necessarily.
Divine intervention is at all necessary.
Information always comes from a mind. In other words, in our uniform and repeated experience, we always see a conscious mind as the source of information.
If you believe that, you don't understand what information is.
Oh my gosh, really? We're not asking what... Well, by the way, information is immaterial. So let's see what he says information is.
If a rock falls into some mud, the shape of the indentation it makes will match the shape of the rock.
That's not information. That's just raw data, right? And that's granting a lot. No. When a rock falls into mud, dude, and creates an indent, you're already assigning information to it. There's no information embedded in the mud or the rock, dude. Information is theoretical, right? That's why there's information theory. It's theoretical. It's not found in nature, dum-dum. Trying to use dum-dum instead of bad words, right? I'm trying to clean up my act a little bit. Does Giovanni, another $5. JB, does their insertion of evolution count as God of the gaps? Yes. Yes. It's exactly the same projection. Totally. Another $20. Thank you so much. Christos Serodi, thank you so much. Gotta give Meyer credit. Yeah, definitely. He introduced me to tag via mathematics. Oh, absolutely. No, his work on evolution has really, you could tell by the smear campaigns against him that he's done some good work for sure. I'm just saying is when you get into theology, he needs to clean up his act a bit.
Consequently, the shape of the indentation in the mud will be information about the shape of the rock.
Nope, aboutness. No. Even your physicalist buddies, your naturalist buddies would know that in the world, the physical world itself has no aboutness in it. You low-tier philosopher. TMM, this is embarrassing. You should be embarrassed and ashamed of yourself. There's no aboutness found in the matter itself, dude. You have to do that conceptually. You have to transport the concept and overlay it onto the physical world. Even the word physical world, the phrase physical world or reality. When someone says reality, you know what you say? You say, that's a metaphysical claim, bro. That's what you say. It's reality itself. The phrase is metaphysical. It's not found in the strict matter itself. Dark Shadow, $10. This is like saying information found in a book is just ink and not universal concepts. That's right. That's the exact analogy I use as well. They abide by the law of identity, like words are not identical to the ink. Yes. The information that you say is in a book is not identical to the ink and the paper. But according to this Momo, TMM, you're a real Momo. According to him, his reasoning is that the information is identical to the book and the ink, the paper itself, the material paper. And if that was true, this is how wild it is. They're kind of like sola scripturists, but with reality. If it was true that the information is identical to matter, you wouldn't need to interpret the matter. Which, ironically, is what information ends up being. But if it was true that the matter itself was the information, we would find Apple, the aboutness, the concept Apple, literally, physically, somehow in the apple. Like you dig into an apple and it just like somehow conveys it to you because it's identical to matter. This is such low-tier philosophy from TMM. It's embarrassing.
In such a scenario, information is created without the involvement of any mind at all.
If we see a hieroglyphic inscription, a paragraph in a book.
No. Here's the argument, TMM. Information's conceptual. Even in your example of an imprint of a rock, you're conceptually creating a framework for what an imprint is. Imprints themselves, the word, that's not something you find in nature. Imprint, this idea, imprint, form, particular details. Like these are all mind-dependent things. They're not found in nature, dude.
The information embedded in a radio signal.
Radio signals can contain information from natural sources. We can tell if a star is a pulsar from the radio signals it emits.
Nope. Signals themselves, the physical phenomenon, doesn't whisper to you pulsar, you dope. We can tell. No. We can tell how. We can tell how. Dude, it's gotta be bad. It's gotta be a terrible life being an atheist like this. A pulsar, TMM, is a categorization of a particular, dude. Is the word pulsar a universal category, bro? Are those found in nature?
Pulsars intelligent because they send identifying information through radio signals?
No, a signal is not found also in nature, dude. There's no signal found in nature. That's a thing you call phenomenon. From your materialist lens, your physicalist lens, the most we could grant you, and not even that, the most we could grant you is phenomena, pure phenomena. But even that is conceptual. That's doing metaphysics. There's no science without metaphysics. There's no science without philosophy. You have no access to the physical world without presupposing something that's not the physical world before you interact with it. This is the lowest tier garble I've ever seen.
Software, any place where we have information, especially in a digital or alphabetic form, it always has arisen from conscious activity, from a mind, not an undirected material process.
So is a rock conscious when it falls into some mud and creates an indentation that contains information about its shape?
It doesn't have information in its shape. Shape is not something found in nature. The word shape, dude, this is so bad. $500, TMM, $500. Shape. Shape is a conceptual framework, dude. There's nothing called a shape that's identical to matter. Shape is a concept we attribute to matter. He's like, information? Where's the information? Oh, more information. Shape. No, that's information. Like, dude, you're using concepts. You're proving Meyer's point. Without any minds, right? Without any minds, would the concept from his atheist position, the concept of shape that describes something, would that exist? No. The idea of shape without any minds, the idea of shape wouldn't exist. You wouldn't have the information to lay onto the physical world to say shape.
And so the discovery of information at the foundation of life in even the simplest living cells is powerful evidence of a designing intelligence.
It's so
and
pathetic.
Interestingly, I make that case using Darwin's own method of scientific reasoning, that we should be looking for causes now in operation in order to posit the best explanation for the phenomenon of interest.
The supernatural is not and can never be the best explanation for anything because it's no more explanatory than saying that something happened by magic.
Well, here's what I'll grant TMM is that you can't posit supernatural and argue from the naturalist position. And this is the limits of classical foundationalists. This is the limit of what most popular apologists like Meyer, like William Lane Craig, and all the rest that have been popularized, right? It's more exciting. It's easier to digest than like people who are doing presup and tag, of course, but it doesn't make it better argumentation. It's not ultimately. So, in a sense, I agree with them that you can't be a creationist, a Christian specifically, and try to merge scientific explanations, which are post-creation, with supernatural in the sense of the creation itself. That creation could be explained through the methods post-creation offers. That's a category error. Don't do it because you'll get cooked on it.
The phenomenon of interest.
Jim Bob, a round earther? Yeah, I think the round earther. Yeah, I don't think flat's not a shape. Earth is material. Material has shape, right? Flat's not a shape. Flat isn't a shape. Like conceptually, you could say, you could create some mathematical concept of a flat shape, hypothetically, but theoretically, but not materially. That's a description of a surface. Like you say the table's flat. You're not actually talking about the overall shape of the table because the overall table is three-dimensional. It has legs, it's obtuse. It has 90-degree angles on it and stuff. So no, it's incoherent to say the shape itself, the thing that's material, is itself flat. Doesn't make any sense.
Is the information in DNA. What cause now in operation produces digital information? Well, there's only one, and that's a mind.
The word digital seems to be doing a lot of heavy lifting here. I suspect he uses it to dismiss the many examples of non-minds creating information.
No, there's no non-mind that creates information. Look at the definition of information. There's no definition of information that you could use without being like proprietary and completely altering what everyone agrees information is. You'd have to invent your own language, basically, to argue against this. Information, in the general sense, facts provided or learned about something, aboutness. Information, TMM, fundamentally is pointing to aboutness. Objects don't have aboutness embedded in their material. There's no aboutness found in the material. This is very basic. Now, information in the theory definition, most people run with, at least currently, is data plus semantics. So information needs meaning. Now, he couldn't argue against this. This actually came up in the debate with Leophilius, which is there any way to argue that information, that you could know what it is without meaning? And the answer is no. So if premise one is information requires meaning, but meaning itself is not found in matter, then information is not found in matter. Simple. You can't find information itself in the material as objects, as physical, because information requires meaning. But meaning doesn't exist under the physicalist lens. It's not found. There's no aboutness. There's no aboutness in matter. Thanks for lots of entertainment. You're welcome. Thank you so much for the generous tips today, y'all. Appreciate you.
Typically, digital information is information that consists of ones and zeros or positive and negative bits of data.
Now, I agree. Don't use digital. You don't need to. You don't need to. Stephen Meyer doesn't need to use the word digital. Information is already enough to move away from materialism.
That's not how DNA works. Maybe he means that the information in DNA consists of sequences of 4 nucleotides, but that's not what we typically use the word digital to mean. And I see no reason why a mind would be any more necessary to cause non-randomness in a 4 nucleotide sequence.
Yeah, you can go with Shannon too, right? You can go with Shannon information, and that still gets us exactly to where aboutness can't be found in nature, in physicality. There's no aboutness in physicality, as physicality. Measure derived from the probability of a particular event, generally speaking, occurring in information theory. That's aboutness. There's no way you could find aboutness as matter.
Than anything else.
Today, there are a number of biologists that are calling for what they call an extended evolutionary synthesis, meaning that evolutionary theory is incomplete, it's inadequate.
It's not even a theory, dude. I wish these people would actually push back on what a scientific theory is. I wish Meyer would get rigorous. Adding that to his debate strategy, being rigorous on what constitutes a scientific theory. Now, the problem is, because he's a classical foundationalist, he needs the elasticity of a theory to argue for creationism from a scientific lens, which is a mistake. But he needs the elasticity of the scientific theory as a term so that he can develop, quote, theories that are outside the scientific method. Well, no, you shouldn't do that. You should nip it in the bud. You should get super rigorous about what constitutes a scientific theory and what doesn't. And ultimately, it boils down to an experiment. Evolution doesn't fit the criteria. It doesn't meet the criterion for a scientific theory. It just doesn't.
They called a meeting in November of 2016 to come up with a new theory of macroevolution because the current theory they have, this neo-Darwinian theory where you mutate DNA and get a new body plan, they were admitting doesn't work.
They did not conclude that mutation cannot produce new body plans.
Well, that might be true, but it could be true or not true. It doesn't matter. The positive claim for you, TMM, is that random mutation must produce new body plans. Must. So this is another mistake from Frank Turek. There's no point in saying this, dude. You don't need to say this. It's on them, guys. It's on them. When they say, when Professor Dave says random mutation produces body plans, that's on them to defend.
So they called all these people to the UK back in November of 2016 to have this meeting, and they heard a lot of people complaining about the current theory of macroevolution, but they couldn't come up with another naturalistic theory as to how these subsequent life forms could evolve.
So it must be magic, right?
Darwinism, neo-Darwinism is dying.
The mutation natural selection mechanism, which has been the go-to explanation for the origin of biological form in evolutionary biology, is insufficient to produce the information necessary to build fundamentally new form in the history of life.
What do you mean by fundamentally? This seems like another weasel word that allows you to dismiss counterexamples by saying, well, that one doesn't count as fundamental.
It provides a good explanation for small-scale variations, but if you want to make a major change, you're not going to get it by mutation and selection.
The goal.
I think what they mean by fundamental is that it has to be the case at the time. So, like, it can't not exist without it. And that really is, if that's the definition that we're going with in evolution, evolution itself as a narrative has a big problem because every stage in development of a new feature, before the feature is realized, for instance, before the heart is realized as a heart doing what it does right now, every step of the way has to be justified as something that's useful, or there's a reason why the organism doesn't lose it, because it would be wasting calories. It would be spending energy that doesn't yield any return. And that has to be true for every single aspect. Eyes, nose, olfactory, brain, ears, hair, heart, liver, spine. Even the spine itself has to grow from their view, has to actually develop from not itself, some other thing. Then, I mean, think about this. This is wild. Like, the brain and the spine, how they're connected, from their view, you can't separate the two as far as functionality. So do you have a spine that gets created and just needs a brain? It's just waiting for a brain. It grows a brain for no reason. And all of the pathways, by the way, all the nerve pathways and the networks of communication that happen between the brain and the spine and the rest of the bones and muscles and everything. So you have these super highways of interrelatedness between things that develop separately. That doesn't make any sense. How do you develop interrelatedness and functionality, hyper-specific functionality for things like the brain and the rest of the body that the brain is dictating to what to do, if the previous organism before a brain had to be like a vertebrae, or it started as a brain and then the vertebrae grew from the brain for no reason, though? Then it figures out how to connect. Oh my gosh. I mean, the things you have to tell yourself to build the storyline of evolution in your head, you have to get really foggy. It's like a permanent blackout. You know, those college kids get blackout drunk. It's like they get blackout drunk, they wake up, and instead of thinking, what did I do last night, they think of the evolutionary theory, and they try to build a foggy representation in their head, and they just run with it. They're like, well, enough time, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. Another tenor from Giovanni, the word supernatural is already granting them too much ground. It implies that something is beyond what they've deemed the laws of nature. Anything outside of it should not exist. Well, yeah, but they do believe in something that has no explanation. I can get an atheist naturalist to agree based on their own definition of a miracle that they actually believe in one miracle.
Goalposts keep shifting for creationists. First they said we've never seen one organism evolve into another. Then when speciation was directly observed, they said,
increasing the number of questions is the goal of science. Science doesn't have a goal, dude. You're already importing philosophy that's not in science. There's no goal of science. So science doesn't produce goals, Andrew Bredding. Reducing questions is the role of religion. In a sense, reducing questions could have an adequate goal. So if there's a number of questions, if you pursue answering those questions, you necessarily reduce that question if it's answered. How is that a bad thing? Guys, listen, science's goal, which that's incoherent. Science doesn't have a goal. It's a method. There's no method itself that has a goal. Dum-dum.
What would you say if I told you I was
L's in the
mentally
chat for
retarded?
Andrew. L's in the chat for Andrew. Let's get a bunch of L's for Andrew Bredding for showcasing his
Jim
idiocy.
Bob, half black hair. Sup Jortlandia. All of his assertions about the mud and rock shape presume empirical senses. What observes the information that you're
Right.
getting without empirical senses?
That's right.
Matter offsetting other matter in space and time is not information about anything.
That's
A
right.
beer can on your desk and a beer can on my desk is not information.
That's right.
Just matter existing.
That's right. There's no aboutness to matter. This is the look. Even the scientismos, like the philosophers, the physicalists, agree with this. There's no aboutness in pure matter. So, Andrew Bredding, would you like to retract the statement that science has a goal? Because it doesn't. There's no goal to science. It doesn't have a goal.
That's microevolution. Nobody's ever seen macroevolution, and they would define macroevolution as whatever amount of evolving we haven't directly seen. I guess now the line is, you can't create a new body plan through mutation and natural selection.
Well, no. It's your claims. Don't be a weasel. Now, I agree that these theists that you're reviewing here shouldn't be making these claims. They don't need to. That's not how the burden of proof goes. That's not how that works. The evolution proponent is the one claiming random mutation produces body plans, new body plans. It's not on them. It's not on the theist or the one who's criticizing evolution, including atheists, by the way. They're not as known because they're not put up on stages, but there are a few exceptional counter-evolution proponents that are atheist.
Even the biologists who say they don't.
David Berlinski being one of them, who's, unfortunately super creepy.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Don't know how new body plans form, are not saying that it is therefore impossible for them to develop through mutation and natural selection. This is just the newest gap into which creationists are trying to squeeze God.
Even if evolution were true, all it would explain is how one species morphed into another species, and then over time we get the complexity and diversity of life. Evolution doesn't explain why there's something rather than nothing.
No, dude, see, this is a failure on the theist part. That's not ultimately what evolution's going to posit. So you're giving them an out, and TMM, rightfully so, is taking the out. He's like, well, no. From their view of evolution, it's not explaining how it is we have the Earth, something. We're not talking about that. That's a false dialectic, dude. You're actually ruining it for the rest of us who are hypercritical of evolution and their positive claims. Their positive claim doesn't include how the universe came to be from the evolutionary view. They're trying, by the way, just so you guys know. The framework for evolution in this kind of flux Hindu changing plan of things, they're trying to extrapolate that in a different way cosmologically. But doesn't mean that they're using the actual biological framework for that, but they are trying to philosophize it. So, but regardless, whoever that guy was, I kind of recognize his little face. That's a bad move, dude. That's a bad move. You don't need to do that. You could say this instead. You could say, evolution is the held belief in a process that's responsible for the variation in life. Okay, let's take that definition. Well, populations themselves are phenomena that's consistent with the changes and variation of life. So it would be necessarily true that if premise one is evolution is the process which to believe causes the variation in life, and premise two is populations are an example of the variation in life, then the conclusion is evolution must be responsible for producing populations. But the problem with evolution, TMM, which is why you probably won't debate me even if I raise $500 for you, is that evolution then necessarily needs to describe and explain the population. But what you guys say is no. No, actually, evolution, it talks about variation among populations. So you're admitting, like every evolution proponent must admit, that you need to grant yourself populations. Admittedly. Weak sauce. $10. Quote, you can come to these conclusions without evoking the supernatural. So it is considered supernatural if an inanimate object came to gain consciousness. Yeah, that would, well, no, they would try to push back and say, well, they're the components. The components in which an alive thing is operating, you know, an alive operating thing has components. They would say the material and the components that it's made up of exist. So they, in their head, they're granting themselves it's possible because they're made of the same thing, Giovanni. Now, you're right. When you point to, well, what's the process? They have to draw up some concept in their head of how you get from A to B. But I wouldn't go that direction, Giovanni. I would go to, is anything that is not found in nature that you hold to existing, would that be considered supernatural? Because we think of supernatural as like woo-woo, spirit matter, you know, apparitions and things like this. Well, no. According to the naturalist, things that are universal and conceptual and invariant would necessarily be meta-natural, supernatural. They wouldn't be found in nature. Information's one of them. Meaning, math, logic, among others, you know. These things aren't found in nature. They would be defined as not found in nature. So what are they? They would be supernatural based on their view, not our view. I mean, we would say, yeah, they would be from God, right? Ultimately grounded or at least justified by God. But from their view, there's no justification for information existing. There's no justification from TMM's position that the laws of logic have some sort of ontology. Knowledge itself. I mean, I just got done debating someone who at least, Leo Filius, shout out to him for being consistent. Knowledge doesn't exist under their view. Knowledge is as supernatural as a ghost from a naturalist position. Prove me wrong, naturalists. Knowledge itself is as supernatural from the naturalist position as a ghost.
Why would anyone expect it to? To think that the fact that
evolution is true, that's not a proposition. Evolution, that's a proposition. But evolution, the word, is not a proposition. So you can't say evolution is true. What's true? What's true? You couldn't defend it. None of you can. I would wreck any one of you. I would debate 1v5 on evolution alone.
The fact that there's something rather than nothing needs to be explained requires one to assume that nothingness is the default state of reality and that somethingness is some kind of aberration that must have a cause.
And that's true. TMM's right here. This is why it's a bad argument. But it's an internal argument. He has to understand that the theist is saying from the evolution perspective, you have to have something that comes from nothing. But the evolution proponent could just say, no, they could try this anyway. It doesn't work in the end because of endless regress. But you could say everything always existed. But then again, I haven't gotten a good answer from an Evo proponent. Maybe even TMM when he watches me wrecking him when I isolate this as a unique clip. You could answer the question. Why is it you guys even believe that life came from non-life? Why don't you just hold that if you also believe in an eternal universe that always existed? Why wouldn't you just say life in some way just existed always? If you just arbitrarily grant yourself the eternality, the eternal uncreated status of pure material, why wouldn't you just make the jump to just claiming life itself always existed? And if you grant yourself that life itself always existed, you don't really need to make this jump from non-life to life. Now, you'd be stuck in you'd be in a problem because then if life always existed, then you wouldn't really need evolution. Because you could just say life the way it exists right now always existed the way it is. And everything we thought was observation of change is only locally the case, but not ultimately the case. Why not just bite the bullet, dude? Why don't you just bite the bullet and say giraffes always existed?
There is, in fact, no reason to assume this.
Evolution doesn't explain why the universe is exquisitely fine-tuned for life.
Neither does the idea of an all-powerful God. If God is all-powerful, he would have the power to put life into a universe with any set of parameters. He wouldn't need to futz around with the settings of the universe to make that happen. In fact, if we lived in a universe with a set of parameters that made the natural development of life impossible, that would be far greater evidence that life is not a merely natural phenomenon. It still wouldn't make any sense to say that it was supernaturally created, though, because that's no more an explanation than saying that the universe is the way it is because of magic.
Evolution can't explain the origin of life.
Nor does it attempt to. Magic also...
Well, it doesn't attempt to, but the thing is, TMM, it is totally fair for the evolution proponent to keep prodding back a generation. You know what I mean? If you say evolution is this process that claims that everything we see today comes from a previous thing, you're the one who opens yourself up into endless regress back to a starting point. We're not doing it to you. You're doing it to yourself. That's why you're doing it to yourself, because every time you look at something out in the world from the Evo proponent, you're actually arguing that something before it is responsible, but that would apply to the thing before it, and that would apply to the thing before it, and before it, and before it. So it's like, why are you guys bringing us to endless regress, which necessitates abiogenesis? We're not talking about that. Well, you actually are talking about that. You are. We're demonstrating that you take an arbitrary point in the process, and then you talk about evolution from an arbitrary point. Why would we grant you an arbitrary point? You know, when you go, what about humans, the evolution of humans? They go, look, the humanoids came from this other thing that was ape-like or whatever, right? I'm sorry, why are we only talking about it from that framework? Forget humans coming from, here, let's just grant for the sake of arguments that humans developed from these non-human, human-looking things. Fine, I don't concede that, but let's do it. Let's start before humans. You now have to say the same thing about that human-like thing that precedes the humans we know today, right? They go, yeah, we're not talking about that, though. They'd go like this. I see what you're doing. I see where you're trying to get us to abiogenesis. That's not the claim. It actually is the claim. That's why you're trying to study the origin of life from that position, because you know when we start asking questions, pulling you back in time, you don't have an answer.
Doesn't explain it. We don't know exactly what chemical processes created the first self-replicating nucleotide chains, but given that all of life is made of chemicals...
See what I'm saying? Because all things are made of these things, they necessarily come from those things. That doesn't follow. That's actually not a logical follow. Because things are made of the same thing, they come from the same thing. That's like a Christian could make that argument too. You could say, look at all the DNA. Every animal has this pattern and this sort of like organized instructive process inside their biology from DNA and RNA. And we could just say, yeah, the uniformity, the things that the reason that's all uniform is that it comes from the same source. The same thing you're saying, dude. Isn't that funny? We could just pull that on them. Now, it doesn't get you to God, but this is why I believe evolution proponents in our lifetime, my prediction is that evolution proponents like TMM and the rest of these noobs, they will affirm some sort of intelligent design in our lifetime. Not God, but they will ironically start adopting intelligent design.
Occam's razor would suggest that some kind of chemical process is the most probable explanation. Until it can be demonstrated that the chemical development of self-replicating nucleotide chains is somehow impossible, there is no reason to infer that there is any kind of non-chemical process involved.
The magic of evolution is it explains what we see in the ground. It doesn't explain anything, dude. It tells a story and you believe the story. But Andrew, if you wanted to call in at the tail end of my stream today and try to explain to me what evolution is, I dare you. What can I say? I dare you. I'll eat you alive.
There's a recent Gallup poll that shows that belief in God in the United States has dropped to an all-time low. Young people, in particular, in the age group from 18 to 31, are generating that trend away from religious belief.
No, that's a bad stat, by the way. That would be true in a lot of cases because when you're young, you go through a rebellious phase, which is still consistent with Christianity. And the rebellious phase is in that youth. And then if you took a larger sample set, you'd find that a lot of people who were raised at least religious, even heterodox, after a certain age, maybe when they have families, they kind of move back toward it. So, I mean, I don't know why are you even talking about this, dude?
I'm skeptical that this has as much to do with belief in evolution
It doesn't. I agree with TMM. What's the point?
Specifically, as it does with the pointless rules that they see their own non-Christian friends not having to follow. I suspect that as the number of non-Christians, or at least less strict Christians, to whom kids are exposed increases, the faster they abandon
So you're denying stuff comes from stuff?
in religion. It's like a snowball effect.
One of the factors that is most commonly cited is science. The particular finding of science atheists and agnostics cite most is the idea of undirected evolutionary change, that life arose by an undirected evolutionary process.
He's going to say this, watch. I didn't watch this. He's going to say, well, it's not directed. It's directed by natural selection. Natural selection is the direction. It's like, no, we're not talking about natural selection. We're talking about body plans.
It's not, though. It's
What did I say? Of course. Oh my gosh, you guys are. I wonder if TMM is actually one of the early AIs. It's not, though. It's directed by natural selection. No. We're not talking about. Oh my gosh, these people they're such worms. Just so we're clear and everyone in the chat understands the position. From their view, random mutation is a biological process that produces either workable or unworkable mechanisms in the body, including the body itself, which would be produced by random mutation somehow. Natural selection is the environment, without a mind, I admit, dictating whether that thing was suitable for the environment or not. That's not what's in question, dude. We're talking about the thing that gets produced that natural selection makes a judgment on. I'm being colloquial there, a judgment. No, it's directed by... No, it's not, dude. You think natural selection produced the... Whether or not... produced the heart? No. Natural selection, from your view, is the outside thing that says, well, you can't survive. Sorry. That doesn't tell me how the mechanisms that natural selection is dictating are advantageous or not came to be.
Directed by natural selection. It's just directed by a mechanism rather than a conscious entity.
Nope, that doesn't explain it. You failed. You failed. You failed. You failed. You know what? This actually warrants an even more aggressive asset. Here we go. Let's get pumped.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
Enjoying yourselves. bobchats.com for 100% support.
That's right. That's
no
right.
YouTube cut.
That's right. If you want to support the channel and go right to me, the talking head, and not to YouTube. Now, I do like to hit my YouTube goals. It's fun. In group. Fun. Good for morale. But if you want to send a massive Bob chat, you go to bobchats.com, and that's the way you send massive chats. Steelborn 5 Buckaroos. Remember, existence doesn't exist. Also, have you ever reviewed Jay versus Tim Gordon? No, because it's outside of my wheelhouse. I honestly tried to follow some of that, Steelborn, and Jay and even Tim are so technical, and they're referencing such particular historical elements that a dum-dum like me is like, what? What are you guys talking about?
That cited more than worries about.
Want to make a Bob chat? I could make a Bob chat goal. It's just that it doesn't occur in the chat the same way. It's not like automated. I could make it on my screen. I'll think about how to do that. I wish that YouTube would figure out how to like synthesize different things in the chat. The chat is such a powerful place. YouTube is not capitalizing on what is possible in the chat. There's so many things that in the chat, if they were to allow a little more plug-in thing happen in the chat, there's so much you can do. They just don't care
about death or disease or suffering. So evolutionary ideas about origins have played an outsized role in convincing people that God does not exist, that God, as Richard Dawkins put it, is a delusion.
I don't know what pole he's talking about, so I don't know if it specifies that evolution in particular is the science that is turning people away from religion, but I suspect it has more to do with people being turned off by literalists who make claims that science clearly demonstrates to be false.
Yeah, he said when he said directed by a mechanism, what's the mechanism? Well, he would say, Adam Owens, he would say the mechanism is natural selection. But that's, like I said, TMM. We're not asking whether or not you believe the environment can dictate whether we live or not as organisms. We would agree that in cases the environment could in fact wipe us out. That's not what's in question. The question is, what's the mechanism that actually produces the biology, the mechanisms themselves? What's the mechanism that produces the mechanism? That's actually how circular evolution is. Oh, look at that mechanism. What, the organism? Yeah. What produced that? A mechanism. So an organism produced an organism? Yeah. Okay, that's consistent. Humans produce humans. Great. What produces the first human? Well, a previous thing that's not a human. Okay, what produced that? And so on. What produced all of the things inside of what you call a human or a proto-human? Oh, a mechanism. Oh, an organism? Yeah, an organism. It never ends. Steelborn says for $5. Also, I realize that Catholics can't ground knowledge because they don't have the essence-energy distinction. They say knowledge is created. Yeah, ultimately, and that's why they lean into natural theology. By the way, for those of you who have heard the term natural theology, and you could see it written in a way, and in Catholicism and in Orthodoxy, it's not the same referent. Which is a different stream that I'm going to do, but I'm doing a little bit of research on it first. Because I've heard it even from, there's this Orthodox Spurg who just simps for Catholicism and everything else so much. And he'll use these word concept fallacies like natural theology. And they'll be like, well, Orthodox believe in natural theology, but the way he's presenting it, we don't hold to the same. You could put columns, right? List all of the elements of natural theology from a Catholic view, and then the term natural theology from an Orthodox, and they're not one-to-one.
And yet, we live in a time when such unbelief is not only unnecessary as the result of science, it's actually contrary to what science has discovered over the last 100 years.
Francis says knowledge is discovered. Yes. By the way, that reminds me, I was corrected yesterday by a buddy, when I was on the panel, I made a misstep. I said something that was not true, that knowledge is God's nature. You know, my inability to properly use language had me say that as like conceptually tying knowledge to God. But the thing is, the proper answer to that is the way knowledge is defined from a human perspective, like justified true belief, doesn't apply to God. God doesn't go through belief structures and do investigative processes. So in a sense, we're limited by analogy, but we couldn't say how knowledge, we understand it in the created world through humans and our processes, with our mind, by the way, is identical to God. So just so you know, I wanted to make that correction. So I retract my statement.
The idea that The universe has a beginning, that it's been finely tuned against all odds and for no underlying physical reason from the beginning?
Science has not demonstrated that the universe has been finely tuned. That would require science to show that the parameters of the universe were ever free to vary in the first place.
Science, the process, this is why my critique of Meyer here, as I said before, Meyer needs to be elastic with the term science. And it actually goes against him. You'd think it gives you an advantage because then you could stretch the word science to give you views that you like. You shouldn't do this. Science is a method. Science doesn't demonstrate fine-tuning. Fine-tuning, like even if you said the observation of the universe is very regular and precise, that's a description of the world. That's not science. Saying that isn't science at all. So science can't demonstrate fine-tuning. That's a mistake. That's a category error. You can't use the scientific method to establish that the world that's required to be a certain way to do science is finely tuned. That doesn't make any sense, Stephen Meyer. Stop saying this.
And that has not been shown. The mere fact that we can imagine the conditions of the universe being different.
Now he's wrong on this too. The other guy's wrong too, TMM. That would require science. No, that doesn't require science. It's outside of the bounds of science. We're talking about an observation. Science doesn't actually produce the observation. Science starts with an observation, doesn't produce the observation.
It doesn't mean they ever actually could have been different.
And that the living cell is chock full of miniature machines that doesn't just rival, but it vastly exceeds our own high-tech digital technology.
Thank you for the 5 membership.
These are discoveries that I have argued point to a designing intelligence, and indeed a designing intelligence with the attributes that traditional theists, Jews and Christians, for example, have long ascribed to God: transcendence, intelligence, great power, and a...
See, he's almost there. He's almost to tag, but you can't use science to come to transcendence. It's two different categories, Stephen Meyer. You're actually, in a sense, I could see how we can bring people through a bad argument to truth. In a sense, that could be possible. A bad argument. People can come to truth, generally speaking, like a general. You still have to come to the narrow truth if we're talking about Christianity. But let's say the door is over there and there's a little bit of light over there. You can guide people toward the light that's coming from the door. The door is still narrow. But you have to still approach this rigorously. Like, even if you like Meyer and what he's doing, you have to be objective here, and you have to be ruthless with it. No. Arguing from this perspective of science and the material world and transcendentals, you're not using science to come to God. You're actually making a case that the transcendentals are not in the same category as the scientific method or empiricism. This is why you can't escape it. All of you people who just are tired of hearing tag and precept, that doesn't get you out of the problem that you have to confront it at some point. The fact that there's two categories, at least, transcendental, which are conceptual and mind-dependent, and then the natural world itself as it is, just the material world. Which, by the way, to say material world, you're already appealing to transcendentals to begin with. The question is, what justifies the transcendentals? He could have just skipped to that. He could have, hey, transcendentals exist. The world exists, the hard world exists, the visible world exists, and there's an invisible thing that exists. I mean, Stephen Meyer, you would know this if you read the Nicene Creed.
Willingness to be involved in the creation. This is not a time to give up on religious belief. Instead, I think science is now pointing us back to God and helping us to rediscover what I call the God hypothesis.
If you want science...
Yeah, see, this is why it's broken, bro. This is where it all falls apart, the God hypothesis. No. God is required for hypotheses. You don't get to God from a hypothesis. You ask the question, what's required to have any hypothesis? You don't get to it from the hypothesis. Oh, I'm going to present the God hypothesis. Nope. It's unfortunate. Steelborn, $10. We have to make sure atheists are consistent with Greek mythology, and when they ask why we tell them they're doing the same by trying to hold us to a logical standard, they don't believe it exists. They don't even believe that exists. Yeah. I'm looking for the consistent physicalists now. Now that I know one exists who will deny the existence of the thing that they're using to argue. I want to find more.
It's to show evidence of God. You're going to have to give God a coherent definition, because it doesn't make sense to say that anything can exist independent of time and space, which is a common stipulation given by apologists and theologians, and who created all of time and space. To say that anything can exist independent of time and space is to claim that something can exist without that existence manifesting in any place or at any time. It's a contradiction.
The ideas that you put forward in this documentary, as far as I understand, represent to some extent the thought journey that you went on from atheism to Christianity. Is that a fair assessment, or how would you state that?
It absolutely is, because I was an atheist most of my life growing up, and once I realized that there was actual evidence out there, and I actually took a second look at Christianity and dug a little bit deeper than just the face value slogans that I had heard. That was when I really started to actually take a second look at the evidence and dive deeper into it. And that's the entire reason that I'm doing this documentary.
None of what the trailer for this movie has shown is evidence of an intelligent creator of all of space and time. It makes the undemonstrated claim that new body plans can't form from mutation and natural selection. It seems to just infer that this is impossible from the fact that biologists don't know how it works. The folks in this movie also have the wrong idea about what information is.
No, they don't. Not at all. Now, they may have presented it in a not so good way. I agree with that. All Stephen Meyer had to say, instead of saying information is code, information is just asserting that it comes from a mind, you have to categorize what information is, then conclude deductively that it comes from a mind. Information is conceptual. Concepts require a mind, right? So you got to put it in the category first. If you just say information comes from a mind and it needs a mind, then you allow the atheist, in this case the materialist TMM, even as low tier as he is, then you get to just say nuh-uh without it being the consequence of a premise. But if TMM, right, if he had the nerve to debate me, and by the way, I am totally fine raising $500. I will pay you the full $500, TMM, to debate me on evolution on a platform that's moderated. I would ask him, what's the status of information? Is it conceptual? And you'd be done. There's no way to categorize information outside of the category of conceptual. You can't say it's material.
I had made films prior to this, but
that's another one that's fun. Show me evidence of evidence. Yeah, the term evidence doesn't pass the evidential criteria. The word evidence doesn't pass the evidential criteria.
Most of those films were horror films.
Is that why your documentary is so horrific?
And when I gave my life to Jesus, I had talked with my wife, and I was like, well, I need to do something to show people, because one of the things I realized when I gave my life to Christ was I just assumed that this was kind of the journey that everyone else took. I assumed that people looked at the evidence, came to the conclusion that God exists, gave their life to Jesus, and then went out there and started evangelizing and telling people about these evidences.
You can often tell a creationist from the use of the word evidences. And the reason most people don't turn to Jesus when they look at the same science you look at is sometimes because they actually understand it, and sometimes because they understand that the supernatural, even if it existed, is not an explanation. Eric Peterson excellently showed why it's not an explanation.
How did God create the world?
Supernaturally.
And
hey, look, it's Jim Bob.
That's not an explanation.
Yeah, because supernatural isn't a naturalistic paradigm. This is what Peterson doesn't get. Yes, I agree. God creating the universe doesn't fit in naturalism. I don't hold to naturalism. So when he asks, what's the explanation for creation, he's asking, what's the naturalistic explanation, which is question begging.
You ask me how. Okay, ask me whatever question you want about anything.
How does naturalism produce a mind?
Naturally.
Right. See how the different category, right? To say, look, the naturalist is actually bound by their own explanatory criterion, right? So it's actually not the same thing, because the standard that Eric has and the naturalists have to say something naturally occurs is actually evidentialism. They actually have to explain it in a material sense. But you couldn't possibly do that for information, meaning, knowledge, math. You can't say, how does math exist? You couldn't say naturally. Even Peterson would agree with this. How does math exist? The question is justification, not causality. It's not about explaining some mechanism that you call supernatural, because mechanism would not be supernatural. Now you could colloquially use the term like, what's the mechanism by which we know God ultimately is revelatory, but we're not reducing it to mechanistic like parts, like a machine.
You should contact Myers Institute and try to bring him on.
Yeah, I will.
You can't even justify that you can do science under your view. And you're
I can. It happens naturally.
No, science is a concept. That there's nothing that happens in the world that's science. That's let's say a natural phenomenon. I forgot how low tier this
was.
That's not an explanation.
No.
But what I realized one
that's not the W you think that is, TMM. That interaction for someone who understands the category difference between naturalism and science and non-naturalism, something else, right? We have a whole slew of things that can't be produced by science that you also agree exist. That was the whole point of the debate with Peterson.
Once I gave my life to Christ, is that about 90% of the people I interacted with had no idea even what apologetics was. They had no idea that there were good arguments for the existence of God out there.
I've been studying apologetics every day for decades, and I'm still unaware of any good arguments.
And so because...
Wow, so it must be true. The guy who thinks that... the guy in this video who thinks that a good argument for evolution is that it occurred.
Of that, they weren't out there sharing their faith. They weren't out there talking about Jesus because they were afraid they were going to get hit or asked questions that they weren't able to answer. They weren't equipped to answer.
You have not demonstrated the ability to competently answer them.
You are. I tend to dislike the word supernatural. It's entirely natural for the divine nature to create the world. Well, nature doesn't create anything, but I know what you mean. Create the world and supersede lower orders. Yeah, well, it's like in really simple form, if you want to get the materialist to in a bit of a bind, in a corner, you just simply ask them whether or not anything that isn't natural, whether it exists. That's all you need to do with these people. It really is simple. All you have to do is ask Peterson and any of these guys who hold to naturalism if there's anything that exists that's not matter, that's not found in nature. And they go, well, no. They have to say no. Now, they could try to take some view, like some weird pseudo-Platonist view, and be like, well, I mean, I hold to naturalism except maybe like the conceptual, like I'll grant myself a conceptual thing. And you go, what's a concept? And then they go back. They go back. Well, not everything's concrete. Like what? Concepts. What are concepts under your view? Well, ultimately, they're material. They just go back. They dip their toe outside, and then outside of their little room, and then it's too cold or too hot, and they just, rip their leg right back into their little room. So, anyway, this is a philosophy problem. The whole thing is a philosophy problem, and I'll say it again. When you see atheism, what you're really seeing is the result of improper categorization of things, or the failure to categorize things at all under their view. So they think they're informed by evidence and science. They think they're informed by rational thinking. Well, when you press them on their ontology, you realize that they actually don't believe in the things that are required to do evidentialism and empiricism, which is hilarious. Just like, dude, I can't say how happy I am with a very specific part of the debate with Leo Filius. And the part of the debate that I think should really be replicated is if the materialist or the naturalist holds to JTB, justified true belief, if they hold to that, if you guys remember, there's 3 bullet points for what constitutes a justified true belief. The last of which is it goes through some testing, it goes through some rigorous evidence. It's evidence-based, and it goes through what they would call a reliable process. Now, what was I made pretty explicitly clear is that under the naturalist and physicalist paradigm, things like reliable processes, the thing that's ultimately the arbiter for a justified true belief, the very process that they rely on as the arbiter for a justified true belief doesn't pass the criteria itself. The same way the scientific method can't tell you what we should do with science. The scientific method can't tell you what evidence is. The scientific method can't produce the philosophical framework for doing science. It's actually the lowest form of knowledge is scientific knowledge, the lowest form. Why is it the lowest form? Well, one, it's always changing. The facts of the matter are always changing based on what you're viewing. The process itself has unknown variables. It has an underdetermination problem. And it also assumes, it imports a direction, a teleology. But science isn't teleological. Like, there's no reason to say we should use science for this. Science tells us. They say things like this. Science tells us to do this. No, it doesn't. It tells you nothing. Sealborn, $5. Well, wouldn't that work for them either because they would just be special pleading if their standard is material? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's move over to something more fun. I'm going to be really happy editing that into a shorter. It was pretty concise, though, aside from some of the vagines, which I'm not complaining about. I feel like we can get a good, nice clip out to TMM and tag them in it with the challenge, the $500 challenge on evolution. All right. Let's listen to this chick real quick. A lot of chicks with earrings popping up in their nose, yawning about everything.
The party of protect women, keep people out of bathrooms because it protects women, are the same people that are arguing that a woman should not be able to lawfully defend herself, to protect herself.
Well, no one said that. But however, if women couldn't drive, could that woman who got shot by ICE, could she really be in that situation? Think about it. I mean, just think about it. If she wasn't allowed to drive to begin with, would she really be in the situation to run over an ICE agent and get shot in the head?
It's part of this white nationalist savior complex that this toxic masculine culture.
You mean the white nationalists who gave you the right to vote? You mean those people? You talking about those people? Wait a second. Are you referring to the people that granted you extensive privileges and meanwhile affirming that they would protect those privileges? That your weak, flabby arms could maintain their weak flabbiness, lady? And there would be men who came in and said, you can't do that. You go to jail for that. We're going to enforce the rights here.
Has created where men want to protect women, but they have no idea how to do it. And the moment a woman wants to stand up for herself and protect herself,
she demonstrates that she can't.
She's now the bad guy.
Well, she's not the bad guy. She's the dead woman. It's not a guy. Let's keep clear on these distinctions, nose ring lady.
And the man in the situation who shot her in the face is the good guy, the hero.
Well, It's not a matter of good. Like, you're importing some morality here. We're just fly on the wall here. You, whether you try or not, you drive a car toward a human who has authority with a gun and lawfully has the is in the right for in most cases to defend himself and shoot you. You know, you could bring that to court, but the reality is, if you drive towards someone, not just anyone, if you drive toward someone who's telling you to stop and you hit them with your car, you will likely, just basic reasoning, you will likely get shot in the face. That's just the way of the world.
Hero.
So, total L in the chat there. That was a wild L. I'm going to clip that too. You're all getting clipped. You're all getting clipped.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
All right. How does Sam Hyde produce a channel where his screen is this long? I don't understand how he does it. Does he like produce in a format and then you post in a format? Is that what it is? Now, I'm not going to steal it because it's unworkable. I like that it's unique though, but it's like, it just makes it annoying for multi-use platforms. You know what I mean? Steelborn, $5. Well, if the people who wrote the Second Amendment didn't account for the modern weapons, the people who wrote the 19th didn't account for the modern women. That's actually really good rhetoric, dude. Is that yours? That's quite nice.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They gave me these socks on the airplane.
Yeah. You got the United Air socks right there?
Isn't that amazing?
Is it amazing?
It's amazing.
It's pretty wacky. What's the little pattern on them?
I think American Airlines signed.
I like it. Okay, very cool.
They were so comfortable, I took off my other socks and put on these. They didn't give the poor people socks. In the back, the guy sitting in the back.
Did you fly first class?
All
Was
the
it comfy?
way. It was like I was in my own world.
Any human being that's in a fallen state act like an animal.
You and Happy Black History Month.
Yeah, thank you. Whatever that is.
They cordoned you off. They treated you like a king.
They treat me the way they treat Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
King.
Yeah.
He's a
great king. Yeah.
From a movie
up,
theater
Game
that only plays your regrets, compiled inside a Cold War submarine simulator, this is The Sam Hyde Show. On deck tonight, the man who felt a feeling so complicated it became architecture, an ad that killed 23 people in Guam, and a documentary about people who believe in money. And now, your host, the whisper in the machine, the hand behind the mirror, Sam
I didn't know
Hyde.
Hitler made bars. I'm like, no wonder these shirts are so
Well, now
nice.
it's a TJ Maxx brand.
I'm like, no wonder Hitler was such an amazing guy.
Clothes fit that good.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The bar shirts are the best shirts to wear.
Either Sam Hyde is massive or Jesse Lee Peterson is tiny. Or that chair is tiny. Does he do it on purpose? Does he make a tiny chair?
Are they?
Yeah.
He's a little guy, huh?
Comfortable. They stretch it out.
That's the Hitler promise.
Huh?
That's the Hitler promise.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Those aren't Stacey Adams' shoes, are they?
No, but they're so comfortable, I feel like you have no shoes on.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that.
We just like to feel like we have no clothes on.
And that's right.
That's the way we like to feel.
Amazing.
That's how it feels good when you have no clothes on in public.
I rest my case.
We like it.
Giovanni, $10. JB, if something, quote, magical happened in nature, would it still be considered supernatural even if it occurred once? Yeah, I would like to answer that question answered, but ultimately I can point to things that they assume exist that have to be supernatural from their own standard, not even our standard, but their standard.
Yeah. Guys, we're here with Jesse Lee Peterson. We could have had Jordan B. Peterson. I didn't want him. The guy sucks, all right? We got Jesse Lee Peterson.
Listen, bucko, I'll chat once I'm out of my blood-filled sarcophagus and I get back to my health. I'm coming after you, fucker.
Much higher level than Jordan B., okay? Tonight's guest is a radio legend, an author, a counselor, and the man behind Bond. What is Bond?
The the brotherhood organization of a new destiny, and we are rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man.
Okay.
Bring back God's order of God and Christ.
God's order.
Christ and man, man over woman, women over children.
Is that you pick guys up off the street and shave them and get them ready for jobs, or what? How does that work?
Well, what we do
Give 'em
is
a turkey dinner.
Those who want to overcome
What?
Anger, fear, and shyness, and insecurity, emotions.
Yeah.
Because it's abnormal for a man to be emotional. An angry man.
What are you talking about? Ah! Fuck this! Zap my head already, Jesse! Bring on the electrodes!
Any man that has anger is a woman.
Yeah?
He become his mother. He become like what he hate. So he take on his mother identity, anger, feel good, emotional, like a woman. So when men and women get together, you really have two women fighting. Because the man is it's abnormal for him to do that. He's supposed to show the woman how to overcome her anger, not be angry as she is. So we show guys how to overcome that.
How do you overcome that?
By forgiving your mother for recreating you in her image. All mothers create the boys and the girls in her image because she's jealous of the...
I mean, maybe black people because the dad's not around.
Father. And so she turned the children away from the father and recreate them in her image.
What does that look like? Like, how do you do that?
By playing victims. Sometimes they play victim. Your dad is so mean. Your dad don't love you. The moment you become angry at them for imposing their will.
JLP has a very twisted, he has a very twisted view of humanity because he has a very twisted theology.
On you?
Yeah.
Or too mothery, or what?
He's a Unitarian.
Whatever, you become like what you hate. And so men become like women. Even the girls become like their mothers until you face it. And
Jordan B. Peterson does the Lord's work. Maybe. I mean, not ultimately, but maybe. He could be doing something, JBP. You know, like his adjacent status to orthodoxy, introducing the world to it, even from a sort of like, I don't know, purely symbolic perspective, may have very well pointed people toward orthodoxy. So I'll grant that much. But when it comes down to it, he's kind of equally pushing people into their own psychology, which is it's counterproductive.
Forgive them and things will change. Amazing, huh? I got to tell you this.
Yeah.
Something happened to me the first time in my whole life since being here.
What's that?
And I grew up on a plantation in Alabama.
Yeah.
I picked cotton, plant peas, and watermelon, corn, and did all that, right? I lived under the Jim Crow laws and everything. And I'm not playing about that. That's true.
Okay.
Down in Sweet Home, Alabama. And I've traveled around the world. Not bragging, I'm going to tell you reality. But something happened on this.
Wait, how old is he? I'm trying to do the math. What is this? 1960. So he has to be what? Born in 1950? 1950? What is that? 50? Wait, he's almost 80? Wait a second. There's something off about this. JLP sounds like he has peanut butter in his mouth. Yeah, I think he might have a... See, I don't want to rag on him too hard because I think he may have been like maybe an alcohol baby or something.
That never happened to me in my whole life.
First time trying chorizo. That helped, Dominican food. What happened, Jesse?
I went up to my hotel room last night.
Steelborn, Rich Boy, consider bobchats.com.
That's right.
100% support to James.
Thank you so
No
much.
degen stuff.
That's right. Thank you so much for that. In that $5 super chat and the reminder, everyone.
Open the drapes. Nothing but a brick wall.
Yeah. Welcome to Rhode Island.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
I'm like, what the?
This was just another Friday for us.
I'm like, I'm back in slavery and I didn't know it.
Yeah.
But I was okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
How's JB so good at philosophy? I'm actually not that good at math in my head. Yeah.
I was relaxed.
76. He's 76. I gotta say, he's doing quite well for 76. At least,
Okay, I went to bed in my prison.
He's like 67. Yeah, see, that changes things just even a little bit.
First class flight to a prison.
Right. I got off first class on the airplane and walked right into prison.
Well, thank you for coming.
They tricked me.
Store drink. Most electronic products, basically the same. Okay.
And
buying land?
Yeah, we should always own some land. If you can start a business, fine, but work, save your money, buy property and stuff like that.
But what I'm saying, 35 years ago, were you talking about race as much? You were.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's 94.
And the reason was, I mentioned that I grew up on a plantation, right? And so growing up, we were taught to love one another, to pray for one another, and to treat others the way we would like to be treated. And so there wasn't this hatred of the white people and blaming white people and having leaders and all that kind of stuff. So
Plantation values.
So we were taught to work and to treat everybody the way we would like to be treated.
Plantation strength. That would be a really good T-shirt. Instead of the peachy muscle arm, you do a black arm. Plantation strength, muscle arm. Nice.
And so...
Oh, missed the 6'7". Yeah, I'm trying to get that all out of my head. Thank you very much, Brady.
And then we were told that when you turn 18, you're going to be an adult man. You got to leave home. And I was down on the plantation. I remember my grandmother used to always tell me, okay, you're out of here at 18. So they taught me to work. So I'm like, where am I going from here at 18, right? She said, I don't know and I don't care. You're out of here. And so when I turned 18...
Is that good?
I left, yeah. Because when I graduated high school, I left home and went to Indiana.
Apparently, I am good at math. I said 1950 was my guess for his birthday.
Got me a job at the steel mill, Inland Steel, for 2 weeks. And I wanted to move to L.A., so I moved to L.A. at the age of 18. I went through hell moving from a plantation to a city, right? Like California.
Yeah.
But imagination, your thought, feed them, the horses and the cows, and feed them.
Does this get anything? I'm actually bored by this. I don't know about you guys.
And put them back on there.
Jewish movies about slavery.
There we go.
It's just people are taught this stuff in school. That's why.
Oh, I
Tobacco isn't, though, oddly enough, right? We don't see tobacco as inherently like
slavish.
Slave-centric.
I don't.
And why not?
It's more elegant, less sort of stinky.
Oh, it's more stinky.
It's more of an elegant stink, less of an animalian stink.
I agree.
The Sam Hyde Show.
They have to not hate themselves and their fellow man. Don't hate anyone. And when you don't hate, you can be free. And you're going to treat everybody the same, even your enemy. You'll speak up. You'll deal with life, but you won't be hating.
Well, I'll give it a shot. Sorry, I got a low threshold for some things. If I can't run with it mentally, I can't hang. I can't even do good commentary on it if I'm not like, you know what I mean? If I don't get it, I don't get it. Who are you? Well, you can show me where that is. I'm not going to search for it. If you can tell me the time code, maybe, but it's not looking promising, honestly. It ain't looking promising. Update on Scud. You guys know what Scud is, right? Update on Scud. We added a bunch of things, and you guys are really in for a treat with Scud. For those of you who don't know what that is,
Savage Carnage Unlimited Debate.
Let's do that again, but a little louder, shall we?
Savage Carnage Unlimited Debate.
Exactly. We have almost finished all the assets for it, and so we're doing some testing, and boy, are you all in for a treat. I mean, Tony, we were on the phone yesterday for like an hour just giggling and testing things. Oh, man. So we're probably going to reach out to test it without you guys viewing it. We have to do some background end testing with. We'll grab Austin maybe if you're available, Titilio, and maybe Extanglia, and you guys can run as the sort of like the pseudo interlocutors, because we have some technical things to knock out. But it's very exciting, and it's been a long time waiting. There's been a lot of empty space in between the development. And the reason is we discovered that there were some missing things. So, not Pearl. No, not Pearl. Oh, God, no. That was the worst, man. I mean, I almost should. I watched some of it. That whole thing, the producer of it, they were trying to get me there. I saw that Andrew dropped out. I saw that was a bit... some of the production value visually was pretty good, but it's essentially like a pilot though. You try to do a thing, you launch it, you kind of run to the races early, and you got to figure it out. But I mean, who knows? It could be something. But headlining two yappy women is, I think that's the best way to not get people there. Honestly, that's just my 2 cents. Two yappy women. That's really not how you get a bunch of people there yapping away. So, should we? I mean, I could try a little of it, but the voice itself, just already, the voice is killing me. Both of them. Both of their voices. It's like I'm always listening to yappy women online. They come up and their voice is so just grating. And then I kind of go, I wish they could lower the voice a little bit. I wish I could do that with the technology. But then I listen to Pearl, and I'm like, it doesn't get better when they have lower voices either.
I'm an egalitarianist.
You're an egalitarianist?
Hold on, my argument is that men and women are both tremendously important to a functioning society. They should both be treated.
Will we have fireworks in Slay by Truth? We thought about that, but no. We have something much better.
With respect, they both serve different jobs, different roles, and in order for society to work, we have to respect that.
Women are
but
not.
you
But
seem
women are
to
not.
put the onus and responsibility of everything onto women while providing cover for the bad behavior of men.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal
Men
work.
are equally important.
Women are.
Hey, you guys follow Made by Jim Bob? He's that guy who doesn't review anything because he can't actually do it. He can't actually do it. I can't actually do it. No apologies either. How about thank you? How about thank you? Bunch of thank yous in the chat. Speaking of thank you, 8 more for the goal, y'all. 8 more for the goal. Appreciate your support. Do we have anything? Do we have anything? You know what? One of the more interesting things I dropped in on during that whole weekend, because I was wanted to see what the event was and how it was like and how many people were there. And then, I think the Thorpes, that Twisted family, they made their way over there and they were doing on the fly interviews and stuff. And they got into a little mini debate with Rob Knorr, and it's drama. I mean, that was kind of, that was they added drama to it at least. Every debate conference needs some drama. Perry, thank you so much. $5. What up, Jim Bob? What up to you? I'm 20% behind what Pearl says generally. She strikes me as a red pillar. I don't want to see that debate either. Thank you. Well, ultimately, it's Pearl can maybe accurately describe a couple things, but she ends up being, admittedly, an egalitarian. So, which is kind of backwards. You can demonstrate the hypocrisy from egalitarians by showing that we don't actually apply the same standards to men and women. But the based white pillar, the patriarchal, chads that we all are, we don't argue to correct it, though. We don't say, well, no, now it has to be equal and fair. We don't want that. We don't want it. We don't want equality. We want proper roles and proper duties. That's what we want. Proper to Christianity. But everyone's like, well, see, it's double standard. You need to be responsible. Men shouldn't pay child support. It's like, there's such a bigger problem than will the man pay child support and isn't fair. Is it fair? Is it not fair? It's like, if you're in a society where it's so broken that we're debating whether or not a man should use their funds to support their own child, there's so much breakdown that already happened. Let's face it. Thank you so much for the $13. 6 more to go for the goal, y'all. Give them pool noodles. Now that's a good idea, JK. Forget the stage. Forget all this fancy stuff. Forget propping up debates. Because you know what I mean? You're used to seeing debates in this panel format on the screen. And people think, well, no, we got to elevate this. We got to really bring it back. We got to add in all the flair. Well, what if it's the opposite? Put them in a bouncy house. You know what? Debateoki. How about that? 2 mechanical bulls, 1 debate. How about that? 3 minutes. Debate feminism on a bull. Go. I'm not an egalitarianist. No, to be an egalitarianist, you have to deny reality. You have to actually deny reality descriptively. And it has nothing to do with what ought to be. Descriptively, egalitarianism has never existed, cannot exist descriptively, just can't exist. It can't exist. The only egalitarianism you could actually try to argue for wouldn't be the known definition. Like, the only equality you could argue exists is from a theological, particularly a Christian view, on the status of humans being made in the image of God. That's it. The rest is history. You can't do it. You can't describe a reality into existence that somehow violates how reality actually is. It doesn't work. Anarchists try to do it. Libertarians try to do it. Egalitarians try to do it. It just doesn't work. You can't do it.
Here is the debate summary. I don't remember if you can click the links on Bob Chats. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=vfms-0k.
Thank you. No, there's no links available in Bob Chats, but my mods can put bobchats.com in the chat here. Perry, another $5, another one. Thank you so much. I actually kind of hate Spurgfest debates. My favorite, or like Andrew and his opponent, actually hash it out. Yeah, that's better. It's like, once in a while, seeing someone freak out for like 40 seconds as a clip is fine. But that's why I don't like panels after, because eventually enough people get on, they all start yelling, and I yell too, and I interrupt, and it's just like, it feels like we're all at a bar and we're supposed to get kicked out. Like, it would be best for everyone to get kicked out of the bar. So I'm actually going to be maybe in the future, I might actually not do panels in the end. There's nothing that's added for me to do 2 hours of a debate on a particular topic and then just be tired at the end and then be open to some sort of other angle of attack that I'm just like not interested in, not prepared for. It's a bad choice. I think it's a bad choice even as a debater to do it. $5 if you want comedy. You should check out the new Alex O'Connor episode. Oh, yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. There we go. Rhett's going to fix it all. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you to give me something to review. Why I left Christianity. Is that 8 months ago? No, that's not it. Fix Christianity. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Hi, I'm Alex O'Connor. I'm giving you all a good reason to never have a mustache. Is this him look-maxing? Is this what look-maxing is?
I'm going on a tour of the United Kingdom. If you've ever been interested in that big question of God's existence, or tried to make sense of religion in the 21st century, or consciousness, or anything philosophical, then...
It's amazing.
That right after my mother broke her ankle at the castle, we learned that the spelling is most likely...
Is he related to the Sutherlands? If they did a prequel to the Hunger Games, I feel like he could really pull off Donald Sutherland's character as a young, 22-year-old psychopath.
Likely Irish.
Cultural appropriation.
There's like 100 different spellings of it.
Yeah.
And so there's no doubt that McLaughlin is more close to the original.
Son of Scandinavian or something, it means.
Because a friend of mine, Paula Gia, who's got a great YouTube channel.
No, he doesn't. Paula Gia sucks so bad, and he totally ignores me when I wreck him on X. He's the guy who always has this face.
Former Christian that examines the claims of Christians. He took all of the sort of major channel responses to our video, and he made a response to it. And the name of that video was, "Did Rhett just break Christianity on Resurrection Sunday?"
Yeah.
And he's asking the question in that way because, first of all, his channel's great, and I like the way he does everything so thoroughly.
He's great,
but he's
man.
also very funny.
Yeah.
Like every video is very funny. I always appreciate a sense of humor being thrown in there.
We'll stick that in the description for people. It's a great channel.
Yeah, and that video is great. But, he's asking that question because it's like, you would think that was what we had set out to do.
Right.
Was that our conversation was setting out to like be a critique of Christianity or to break Christianity.
Oh, stop it. Of course it is. It's rebellious. What are you doing? Why would you be interested? You know what I mean? Like, this is what atheists don't ever really face. There's no reason for them to be oppositional to any view. There really is no objective reason or purpose for it. There isn't. From the atheist view, without God, without ultimate purpose, them arguing against Christianity and doing all these talks is meaningless. There's no purpose to it. From their view, the Christian or anyone else, all they have to say is, I find use in it. That's all they have to say to justify. That's a justification. Look, if they can justify logic by just simply saying I use it, I can justify Christianity by saying I use it. Simple. Oh, we never really set out. I just want to protect myself. I'm not actually setting out to do these long talks against Christianity and the claims of Christianity. Well, then what are you doing, dude? I'm trying to be open. I'm trying to be open and discover the truth. I'm just after the truth. You don't have a standard for truth. You're after the truth. You don't have an absolute standard for truth. Make it make sense. Also, why was Duck Spurgeon at you? I've seen you guys interact before. It wasn't bad. Well, no, it's been bad before. Like, that guy's... honestly, I believe that Duck is under demonic possession. That's what I think about that guy. Here's a reason to never grow a mustache. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Or to, like, make a case against the resurrection. And honestly, it may seem ridiculous I kind of forget that is how things are interpreted a lot of times, right? Because
religion's evil, but it doesn't exist. Religion's evil.
I see it like we're sitting down to have a conversation. I'm trying to be descriptive and not prescriptive. Mm-hmm. But I think a lot of times, obviously, if you're talking about, well, I'm not a Christian anymore. And
see, that's already a problem, right? They don't catch these little things, right? Oh, I'm just being descriptive. The red pill does this. I'm just being descriptive and not prescriptive. Prescription, suddenly you're annoying people. That's why people stay away from it. I'm not telling you how to live. But the thing is, descriptive also has a hidden slight meta-ethical view if you press on it. And what do you think that is? Why should we accurately describe things? You know, if you get this cope from people, atheists who put up this shield and they're like, I'm just being descriptive, man. I'm not saying don't do anything. Okay, cool. Should we accurately describe things then? I mean, never thought about that.
And here's a couple of reasons why. I'm not going into some really well-articulated case against the resurrection, but it's implicit that I'm critiquing or I have something against Christianity or I don't believe in it. And I also think that so many of the, as a Christian for most of my life, anytime I spoke about Christianity, I was being an advocate for it and I was trying to get you to agree with me. And so I think a lot of times it's just like, oh, you must be trying to get people to agree. And so we weren't trying to break Christianity.
That's right.
I don't think I would be capable of breaking Christianity, and I don't think the Christianity needs to be broken.
No, that's the other thing, yeah. And also, I think a lot of it, because the episode was quite big as well, and because I'm known as like the atheist guy, although people who follow my work remotely closely know that I'm sort of not really, I don't sort of identify with that strongly anymore. I'm sort of more of an agnostic and I like to explore ideas. And people think that, I brought on my atheist friend to gloat about how wrong Christianity is, but like rethinking, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would go as far as to say that I don't know. I can only guess as to where I might be if I came from a different Christian background or if I had a different set of beliefs or I approached this differently. There's definitely, if multiple worlds theory is true, there's definitely a lot of Rets out there who are still Christians.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It could have gone a different way. And I think that...
Thank you, Unhitbone, for completing the goal.
Now, on the other side of it...
Another 5 memberships from Octavian. Thank you so much.
As somebody who's no longer associates with it, but is still so interested in it, right? I'm always going to be interested in it because it's formative to who I am.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is what's interesting about very particular types, like evangelicals or ex-Protestants. They grow up in this like ministry world where it's just like... There's like a culture to it. It's like its own genre. And what they end up doing is like the loud ones anyway, the ones who think they're someone in the world, right? They want to be someone. They want to use their gifts or whatever. They end up running counter ministries. So they end up mimicking the thing that they're advocating against ultimately or rejecting, let's say. And then they run counter ministries. And they're essentially doing and mirroring what they left. And so in a sense, they didn't ever leave. They flipped their hand over, right? So here's the hand they grew up with, evangelicalism or whatever. And it has a format, and it has testimony, and it has my story, and my journey, and all this stuff, right? And then they reject the details of it, and then they flip it around, and then they start the same exact mirrored behavior, mirrored format, and they do the exact same thing. And then they start their own congregation. The anti-congregation congregation or the ex-congregation congregation. And it's also futile from their position. Like, they don't really have a reason to do it. They should just get good at, like, a task, like, I don't know, carpentry or something, honestly. I felt that sigh in my soul. I think exact response, exactly. Yeah, like, oh, if there are multiple worlds.
And I'm just interested in the ongoing conversation. I've seen the way that Christians have approached a lot of things, and I kind of realized that I had sort of developed some ideas about, I've got advice for Christians ultimately, I think is what it is. Like, if you've got people like me who are currently in the flock, and you want to keep them there, I think there's some things that you could do differently, right? The crazy thing that's happening is that you've talked about this a lot, but there is a crisis of purpose and meaning, right? Like, we are experiencing people feeling this sense of hopelessness and disconnectedness, and then you've got the church kind of stepping in. It's kind of having a cultural moment, right?
Yeah.
The church is stepping in, ready-made purpose and meaning. You've got this tested philosophy that's helped millions.
No, it's not stepping in, dude. You think this is new? There's purpose and meaning. People are lacking purpose and meaning, and now you have the church to step in like it's a new phenomenon. I mean, maybe he doesn't mean it that way, but he's not isolating anything new under the sun, so to speak. There's nothing new you're isolating.
Billions of people. It's showing up in the stats. Church attendance is up. I was looking at one Barna Research poll that was the number of people who considered Jesus, a commitment to Jesus, to be a very important thing in their life.
Mm-hmm. That's not even Christian. Okay, go on. Stop yapping, man. You know what they should have on YouTube? Am I still running? Because I'm getting the circle of death here. Do you guys still hear me? YouTube should have an automated system that consolidates the video. You know how they do that with summaries? The next step is YouTube having a sub version of itself or whatever it would be. It says, like, would you like to summarize the video? But it doesn't do it in text. It does it in video. It just consolidates the whole damn thing. That's next, if they don't already have that. I know there are sub companies that do that, something similar, but YouTube needs to integrate that itself. By the way, Rhett is the guy from TMM, the guy TMM says doesn't exist, the one who deconstructed because of evolution. That's funny. Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point there. Jordan, $5. Thank you so much. My biggest gripe with these things is their intentional avoidance of dire and still making content as if nobody challenges them. They do. They ignore what they need to ignore so they can keep some of these other things going. That's just how it is.
As a citizen of the United States and a citizen of the world, I have a vested interest in the church being healthy and the church being a force for good.
Mm-hmm. And you don't have a standard for good, dude. Look, see, he even brings a giant Bible. Well, you guys can't see it because of the Sam Hyde ratio. But he has a giant Bible there, and he's saying, well, I think he's ultimately good. Oh, dude, seriously?
And I think there's a little bit of that. There's also some other things that are happening in the church. So that's kind of the perspective that I'm bringing to this. But I see it as sort of 3 points. I would say they need to embrace faith, they need to embrace truth, and they need to embrace Jesus. So the first thing, when we talk about...
the reason I left Christianity is so that I could then give external, unsolicited advice of how to be a good Christian coming from someone who literally left what he calls Christian. It's so backwards, man. You know what it is? It's like demographic farming. It's like I'm the nice atheist that can cultivate the existing Christians that I left, behind, but also capture the atheists that I'm gaining. I mean, what a coward, ultimately. He's a coward. This is cowardice. Sort of soft, hyper-friendly Protestant speak is putting off exactly, he's putting off exactly why I turn away from the majority of, yeah, this is it. He never leaves, though. That's the thing. You never really, they never really leave it. And to leave it fully, and by the way, there are people who leave Protestantism in this form of thing, and they're still bring in a Protestant mindset that a good priest actually is clear with you about it. Well, you still have this element to this. There's like an ethos. There's like there's something that's carried into the very consumption and participation of orthodoxy. That's why there is catechism. That's why like 3 to 5 years, some of the saints said, is proper catechesis. That's why. But he's kind of playing both sides here, and I think it's like more of like a business move than anything. Oh, I want to write a book on why Christianity is good, but I left it.
About faith, I think in many ways, the modern Christian church, and I would say this is most pronounced in sort of American evangelicalism, kind of took the bait of the Enlightenment, right? So you've got this 1-2.
He's right there.
Punch of the Reformation and the Enlightenment. Reformation, of course, when faith became more personal and the access to Scripture and the experience of God became something that could happen on an individual level, right? And then you follow it up with the Enlightenment, where we go from truth being determined by dogma, by tradition and authority, to truth being determined through observation, evidence. And I think that fast forward to modern times, and you've got Christian apologists who spend a lot of time making the case that Christianity is the most reasonable worldview that you can have.
Right. It is, but it can't be through classical foundationalism and evidentialism.
that the resurrection is the best explanation for the start of the church. Like the literal bodily resurrection of Jesus is the most reasonable explanation for the start of the church. And I don't think that's true. I don't think it's the most.
What church are you referring to? If you're not talking about Pentecost, what are you talking about? What are we talking about here?
Reasonable explanation for the start of the church. But I think that what ends up happening when you have a brain like mine and you are sort of motivated to try to get the things that you believe to line up with reality, you're told this is the most reasonable thing.
Okay, Matt Dillahunty, it lines up with reality.
And so you really jump in with the reason and logic, and then.
Oh, really? What's the best worldview that accounts for reason and logic? You can't just grab reason and logic. Why? Because that's not found in reality, Rhett. I really, the way my brain works, you see, is like I try to find the best view that lines up with reality. And what I do is I use reason and logic, which itself doesn't actually, you don't find that in reality. So I just grant myself the things that don't match reality or aren't found in reality. I just grant myself a giant backpack of things, and then I could examine reality.
And you encounter a faith that says that reason and logic can be a little bit overrated, and what I see in the Bible from Jesus and also whoever wrote Hebrews, Paul, I see a completely different message. So I'm sure these are all verses that you're familiar with, but just to explore the idea of what faith looks like in the Bible.
Let's take a look. Follow along at home.
This guy's pure rhetoric.
Bible study.
Yes. So we're starting with,
Oh, we're gonna get a Bible. We're gonna get some Bible training.
Clowns offer God's love through the joy promised by Jesus Christ.
The famous verse in Hebrews 11:1, right? Now, I'm reading from the ESV because that was my translation of choice. It's not always exactly what I'm looking for, especially in this verse. But now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. And this is the beginning of this hall of faith.
The conviction of things not seen.
Yeah, like reason and logic.
Now, the NASB says, now faith is the certainty of things hoped for, the proof of things not seen, which I like that even more because it fits with where I'm trying to go.
Oh, proof itself, also not seen.
Yeah. Right.
And what ends up happening in the following chapter, because you can't just take that verse.
My wife and I are catechumens, but we are expecting our daughter before we finish the process. Should we ask our priest to baptize? I think they'll probably give a blessing and then hold off and baptize you all as a family. But just ask them, obviously.
Is that you see a bunch of people in this hall of faith, people who exercise faith to accomplish all of these incredible things. And it's people who...
It is low tier, Richie Torres.
Found themselves in a situation where they had to rely on the authority of God and on the word of God and God's promises in order to move into faith. But it was definitely something, it wasn't something that I am going to reason my way through the situation and I'm going to make the decision that the evidence suggests is the best possible decision. It's no, I'm going to follow what I hear from God, right? So
what you hear from God, you put your God antennas out? What do you got? What are all of those all of that hair? Is that God antenna hair?
Oh, so right there, we see that in it said in another place, we walk by faith, not by sight. So again, is this evidence and observation, or is this faith, right?
Evidence and observation requires faith. You're getting close there, Rhett. You're getting close, getting pretty close. Evidence and observation, induction is faith-based.
Second verse that really brings this to light, or passage really. So this is maybe my favorite passage just because it's so personal to me and my experience. So you got Jesus in John chapter 20. So
Thomas.
Yes. So, he has appeared to the disciples and he's shown them the holes in his hands and the hole in his side where he was pierced. And then, of course, Thomas, I don't know what he's doing. He's not there. And then Thomas shows up later and they're like, we have seen the Lord. And he's like, okay, well, that might be good for you, but I need to see him and I need to literally place my fingers in his hands. I need to place my hand in his side. And what does Jesus do? Well, he comes back a week later and he's like, okay, you want to do this? Here, touch my hand, touch my side. And there's a great painting, The Incredulity of St. Thomas, which I want to get a print of this.
Yeah.
But interestingly, he's sticking his finger in the side, not his whole hand.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think so. Although, interestingly, I'll get to this in a moment, but it's not clear from the text. And this actually works really well with what I'm presuming you're going to say. It's not actually guaranteed by the text that Thomas ever actually touches Jesus. We only know that Jesus shows up and offers come on in, like touch me.
Right, because he kind of
Doesn't actually say that he
continues
does.
in that and says, stop doubting and believe.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, of course, he says the thing that,
What's his point? He doesn't have a point.
and I've heard you talk about this as well,
He's running off a cascade of leaving. This is what happens. It's like a leaving tour. You know what I mean? It's like, I was a Christian and I was in the apologetic sphere and now I'm not. Let's go on tour. And, don't get me wrong, that happens in the opposite, but that's what it is. Like, just to be clear, that's what it is. There's like a conversion tours, conversion tour, Christ vision, conversion tours. He's just following his feelings. Yeah, he's just feeling things.
He's like, you have seen because you have believed because you have seen. Blessed are those who believe who have not seen.
Yeah. We'll get back to the show in just a moment. But first, if you're anything like me, then getting the...
Then you like juice and you like these things and cabbage. You like cabbage juice. You like egg juice. We've got egg juice from London. Eggjuice.com. There we go.
Enlightenment scientific approach.
And it takes into account the experience of
We've got waffle shirts in the back.
almost everyone who's ever responded to the gospel.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I have to see? Actually, hold on. This is so boring right now. Hold on. Let me just... We might come back to this, but, I'm having one of those days, you guys. I'm having one of those days where I can't really... What I know I can get into is Bryce Crawford yelling at Topussa. This is so funny. This is hilarious, dude. He's going nuts. He goes nuts. Dude, he goes nuts. He just goes crazy.
And I don't like to take things like this lightly. I think sometimes we can come into spaces like this and we kind of forget why we're here. We forget who it's about. We like to hear a speaker or a band or, listen to someone. So if you came here to hear a man or a woman or a band, you came for the wrong place. You've been deceived. We're here for one name, and that's Jesus. And tonight, I really want to focus in on this passage in Revelation 21, this specific verse.
Are those jeans back in style? Should I get some? You guys think I should rock some of those? I think I might have to grab some of those at the mall. I think I'm going to do that. Do that this weekend. Get some big old jean coats.
Everyone's like, we need to share our faith. We need to be bold. That's true. We do need to stand bold. And I don't say this lightly either, but we're in the last days. There's an urgency that needs to be had now because we like to think, oh, tomorrow's coming. Tomorrow's coming, so I'm good today. I don't need to say the thing. I don't need to speak up. Oh, what are they going to think?
Man, Adderall and cocaine. One hell of a synthesis.
Think of me. Oh, I don't know, but we are not promised tomorrow. So many people are going to lay their head on the pillow tonight and not wake up tomorrow, and they're going to face the Creator, whether they receive the justice and wrath of God or they receive the mercy and grace of God. And one of the things that we tend to hope for, we read this verse in Revelation 21, verse 4. It says, He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. And death shall be no more, neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain anymore, for the former things have passed away. And we like to read verses like that. We think, man, God's going to end suffering. He's going to wipe away every tear. That's a hopeful moment. But when you read the text in context, I mean, you have these nice headers and numbers, chapters, and you get the big font. I like the big font.
Clowns offer God's
we get this
love.
stuff. But if you just read 4 verses before, God just got done throwing every non-believer in hell. And we get
overdub some rave music. That's funny.
Silent because we talk about hell. The reason why I believe that God is going to wipe away every tear is because we're going to watch every loved one.
Oh, man, I'm just so happy. You know what I mean? I'm just so happy and grateful and thankful that this is no longer and never will be ever again my experience of what, quote, church is.
Every family member, every friend, every person you were afraid to tell about Jesus be cast into hell. The last time we ever...
Now, the great irony of this speech is that he's telling people what's important about the life and work and teachings of Jesus Christ transcends these events, right? These events, you go to the event, right? But the irony is that the only place you point them back to from Bryce's position is your next event. That's it. So you go, great, okay, cool. When's the next event?
Wow, Jim Bob. I didn't know that my dirty, third world self had an attribute that was superior to you. My attention span. You can't watch a boring thing for more than a few minutes.
That's right.
Whereas I can find engagement in my holy cow pies for hours and hours.
That's
Checkmate.
right. Checkmate.
Ja 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 ja.
Ja 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 ja. Yeah, yeah. Ja 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 ja.
Or cry. We're going to watch
Yeah. He's talking to Nicki Minaj.
the God of the universe in suffering, and that includes people that you love. Maybe it's even yourself. Because you're not right with God, right?
Oh, this is such piety signaling.
I'm a Christian because I go to church. I'm a Christian because I read a devotion.
The ways these guys fake stutter and hype themselves up is so jarring. Godfather.
Yeah, it is. It's like, it really is performative. And it's like, I'm going to do this to you guys. I'm going to literally turn the Tapussa stage, which, by the way, the invite to Tapussa includes, every form of heterodoxy, every single form you could think of. I can't, please turn them off. Wait, just wait.
I'm a Christian because I watch this YouTuber or podcaster or that's who I am. No. You've been greatly deceived.
That's rich.
And in the last days, what happens? We're going to become what? Lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, arrogant, and rude, and we're going to have the appearance of godliness, but deny its power. We like labels more than a lifestyle. We love ourselves more than we love people. And the thing that should drive you to...
I'm like this close to buying a pair of Nikes or something. Like if you just paired this with like Nike music. Wait, I did this before actually. I could do this again. Hold on a second. Inspirational music. Hold on. Let me do this because I love this. It's not the same as violin music, by the way. Hold on. I could punch something out really quick. Hold up. Where is it? What happened? There we go. Hold on. Just 1 second, folks. Give us, do some super chats. I'll just be a second, okay? Here we go. You know what I need? I need some inspirational, like Nike style, Nike inspirational instrumental. Inspirational. There we go. Just 1 second. Don't worry, it'll pay off. Don't worry. The wait will pay off, I promise. Okay, let me see what we got here. Okay, hold on a second. Just hold on. Just hold on. No, hold on. All right, try this again. Slam poetry. I did this once with like a really intense new age thing, and I paired it with a Nike commercial. It was hilarious, dude.
I'm collecting questions for catechesis that I wouldn't think of. Jim Bubble, what questions would you recommend asking?
I don't know. Actually, I think your questions are going to be personal to you. We come at it at different places. So, I think it's a good idea though to list those down, but, I wouldn't say it's not necessarily a good idea to ask someone else though. I don't think. All right. Oh, perfect. Hold on. Oh yeah. This is great. See, I love hate AI. I love hate it. That's, because if I could just produce a quick inspirational beat from AI really quickly, I mean, it does such a wonder for me. So, did you guys hear it? Wait, did you already hear it? No, you didn't hear it, did you? Wait, did you guys hear it? Oh, if you guys hear it, then I can just kind of move over. Yes or no? Did you? Yes or no? Oh, you did hear it. Whoa, that's interesting. Okay, here we go.
Share your faith. It's your love for the people that might be cast into hell forever.
He is mighty! Come on, man.
It's an honor to be here. And
dude, why is this freezing on me? Please. Hold on a second. It's from the top.
The reason why I believe that God is going to wipe away every tear is because we're going to watch every loved one, every family member, every friend, every person you were afraid to tell about Jesus be cast into hell. The last time we ever cried. We're going to watch the God of the universe in suffering, and that includes people that you love. Maybe it's even yourself, because you're not right with God, right? Oh, I'm a Christian because I go to church. I'm a Christian because I read a devotional. I'm a Christian because I watch this YouTuber or podcaster, or that's who I am. No. You've been greatly deceived. And in the last days, what happens? We're going to become what? Lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, arrogant, and rude, and we're going to have the appearance of godliness, but deny its power. We like labels more than a lifestyle. We love ourselves more than we love people. And the thing that should drive you to share your faith is your love for the people that might be cast into hell forever. And we like to live passive. We like to stand back and say, oh, I can't. Oh, I don't know what they're going to think of me. I might lose my friendship. Listen, if we're going to be a fool for anyone, I want to be a fool for Jesus. No, I don't think you're understanding. Like we're clapping right now because we think we're saying something good, but you have family and friends that are on the way to hell. And we like to come to things like this and walk out unchanged. We like to come to things like this and say, man, he said some good stuff. Man, he did that. Man, Charlie, he was a man. He stood up. He was so brave, man. Wish I could be like that. Oh, man, look at Allie and look at Frank and look at all these people. Man, they're just brave. I love what they're doing. You keep doing you. No, it's not you have your truth and I have my truth. It's we have the truth, and everyone needs the truth. And we like to say, well, who's a candidate for this truth? Who's a candidate for the gospel? Anyone that breathes oxygen. But we walk by people every day as if they're immortal beings. No. I love what Dr. Frank said. No, we just change locations, every human being. And 2 Corinthians 5:10 says that every human being is going to stand before God and be held accountable for every action, whether good or bad. No one can run away from the things that they've done. No one can. I mean, think about your biggest mistakes. You can't run. And if you've been set free by the blood of Jesus and received this beautiful gift from God and you just want to gatekeep it, no. In fact, that's the most selfish thing I could do is gatekeep the love of God. I don't want to do that. I have been radically changed. Dude. My stone heart ripped out of my body and been given this new life. And if anything, I want everyone to experience this same Jesus. And we can only have this perspective if we have an urgency thinking, my loved ones, my friends, my family, they may never see the good side of eternity. They may only experience the wrath and the justice of God. And I mean, imagine, think about people in your own life right now that you're close with, friends, family, people at school, maybe the guy you see at the front desk at the gym, bank. Or maybe let's take it a step further. How about that homeless guy you keep ignoring that's outside of your apartment building every morning? Or how about people in political authority or anyone in this world? I mean, everyone needs Jesus, and we're just going to gatekeep it. It blows.
Oh, man. This is all in the Waffle House. You know what I'm going to do? I got a clip of this. I'm going to put it in a Waffle House. I'm going to download this somehow, remove the background, put them in a Waffle House full, like, poor people just kind of trying to eat their terrible breakfast, maybe. He starts clapping. Like, he goes, dude, this guy goes nuts. I mean, how long was the line of Coke he did?
God. I don't know about you. I don't want to be a passive Christian. And in fact, if there's anything Charlie stood for, it's to be the total opposite of a passive Christian. It's actually, I'm going to stand in the face of adversity because I'm willing to see people know Jesus, because that's more important than experiencing the wounding words of people, the opinions of man. Because there is a God. And you know, we like to preach fluff sometimes, you know, because we like to
preach fluff, you say.
Keep the numbers. We like to keep people in chairs. We like to keep the followers and the views. And it's like, oh, I'm not going to talk about hell. I'm not going to talk about that stuff. Jesus talked about.
Wait, what? Wait a second. Wait, what?
Hell all the time. And in fact, oftentimes when we read even the story of the rich man Lazarus, do you notice that he...
What? Wait a second. Another one. We got another one.
He never asks to be removed from hell. He only asks for relief. And that makes me think, man, the people that go to hell want to be there. That's very unfortunate. And if you're someone who claims to be a follower of Christ, you have received a revelation that only comes from the grace of God. And that is this: you have been loved by a creator that has a million things on his plate, but he desires you. That's why he says love God and love people, because when you see yourself the way that God sees you, you realize he sees everyone else the same way. And when I just think about that, I can't keep it to myself. I can't be getting groceries in the store and think, man, the lady that's scanning my food could be separated from a God that loves her. She doesn't even know it yet. Or let's think about people that just hate Jesus, and we like to write them off as if they're just too far gone. If people can be so extreme for everything other than Jesus, how much more extreme can they be for Jesus if they find out that he really loves them? It's an honor to be.
Keeps breaking. It's literally breaking. All right, I guess you guys got enough of this. I'm not going to do this to you all day. I should do it just like for an hour, though. Just for a whole hour. Man, oh man. I'm just so glad I found orthodoxy. What can I say? You know, obviously prayers to Bryce and everyone in the room, and, you know, a direction toward God with the specificity of Jesus Christ is better than not, maybe. I think. But, you know, the irony is that none of that, the message is, it's not good enough. But the problem, Bryce, is that you're in a corporatized, soft, heterodox paradigm. And so the Orthodox are saying, yeah, we see what you're trying to say, but the thing is, you don't think it applies to you. What we're saying is that what you just did isn't enough. That's not even church. That's what we're saying. What we're saying is that ministry and evangelizing has to be rigid. Can't be broad. That's just broad, dude. That's like, there's a field over there. And I know, and I don't want to be a soft one. I don't want to talk about Christ in a soft way. I want you all to know tonight that there's a field out there. I don't know what field it is, but it's a pasture. And it probably has a fence and a gate. I can't tell you where or what it is, but it sounds good. And I'm not just going to sit by and watch you graze on the main. I'm going to try to hit you in the butt, get you running. I don't know where, but it's somewhere, but not here. But it could be over there. I can't just sit here and pretending. You know? It's like, what would Charlie do? It's what Charlie wanted. Excuse me, sir? What about Mormonism? I mean, I'm not that, but could be. I'll tell you the story about I ever told you the story about Waffle House? It's like, dude, what you're doing is the epitome of what you're criticizing. And I'm not saying it's hypocritical. Like, I'm not saying I'm not casting out judgment. You're a hypocrite. It might be worse than that. It's not a judgment on your person or your intent, right? Bryce is a young kid. He's been groomed since childhood by a weirdo named Todd Smith. He was trained by a weirdo grifter who's a cheater and a liar named Todd Smith. It's all about excitability. Now, I'm not going to just sit here and not point you in the direction of elevating your passions. It's the whole point. That's what we're here for. So if you're on the line at Starbucks or you're in the drive-thru, maybe I'm in a drive-thru that's not Waffle House, but I'm still going to tell my Waffle House story. And when they ask, well, where should I go this weekend? I'm going to point them in the direction of my super convention and get tickets at Ticketmaster.com. He's a new character from Tapussa, pretty much. You would say ignorance? Yeah, it's ignorance. It's not a judgment. It's not a judgment. We're judged by what we know, but it is, in the same way, the Orthodox has a similar adjacent obligation to point people in the direction of the true church. We just don't do it that way. It wouldn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It's not reflective of the participation in the true church. It doesn't look like that. Even Catholics don't pull that stuff. It's not even like that's not it. That's not humility, actually. That is elevating passions and emotions and getting people to identify with God through their feelings of how they're feeling currently. Their feeling then becomes the thing they search for. I want to get that feeling again. I get the feeling. Baby, I got the feeling. It's James Brown Church. And then they search for it, just like ayahuasca people. Oh, they've tripped out. They've met God. They want to go back. I felt that feeling. I got to go back for the feeling. I got to go back for the feeling. Then they chase their own feeling. So, Bryce, being young and ignorant, doesn't realize that he's actually leading people to themselves, not to any true Christian doctrine or practice. The practice is go to yourself again. Go back to the self. Ultimately, how do you know? The feeling. You get the feeling. The Roman Catholic Pope says otherwise. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, there are definitely iterations, I should say. Yeah, that you've seen that are like elevated performances presented in the context of the church. Elevated passions and stuff. Drum circles and whatnot. Stillborn says for 5, it's funny how they say that we treat the priest as an idol, but look at the megachurch pastor in the crowd. Oh yeah, it's I wouldn't say they worship the Bryce, but that's what they're identifying with as the source of authority. So I wouldn't go so far as saying they're idolizing, but I would say that they do end up idolizing their own feelings in a conceptual way. They're not like actively like worshiping an object, but they are conceptually in a way raising up their own experience as the arbiter of all. And that doesn't carry over. Like you might, if you're Orthodox, many of us had really glaringly palpable experiences that we would call spiritual inside of liturgy, but it would be incorrect to chase them or to self-categorize them or to try to renew your framework for orthodoxy through the framework of, well, I have a feeling thing that I'm going to run with, and then that'll be my new framework for participation. Well, that's already a bit of prelest. You're getting prelested a little bit. So that's something to watch out for, and that's why we adhere to a normative authority and a rigidity of hierarchy, the same way a family does. We're not just wild children out there in the streets, talking to homeless people. Like, for instance, the way an Orthodox person would help someone homeless would be way different and is way different than how Bryce would help a homeless person. Totally different approaches. So, Game Caller says, I see what you're saying, JB, but I don't think that's completely true. You got to use full sentences. What's not completely true? What's not? You got to say what you don't think is true. I'm not a mind reader. Steelborn, $5. Anything that feels spiritual, my first instinct is to talk to my priest. Yeah, you get that feeling. Or you could manage it and go, if you want to categorize that as something, the thing is you don't lean on that thing. You don't grab that thing and go, well, that's my new thing. I got a thermometer for the spirit. That becomes the new thing. And it's like, I go to this church or that church. I like the feeling. You like the pastor. That's feeling, right? You like their personality. You like how they walk and talk and scream and point, and they bring something out of you, right? They make you alive. It's like, I don't know about that. And then they call that like alive in Christ or alive in the Word, or they say things like I'm in the Word, and it's like, no, you're in yourself. You're not in the Word. You're in yourself. In fact, if the Word was in you, you would lower yourself. You wouldn't even say, I'm in the Word. That's you as the lead. Just like all of their lyrics are about you, all in these churches. You, I. And then I was lift up, and you lift me up, and you help me out. If you're feeling down and your bank account is a little low, you don't know how you're going to get the water back on, just want to remember that ultimately God comes through with that stuff. Anything on your wish list, it'll be fulfilled through Him, in you, in Him. Sometimes you just don't want to wake up and do anything for yourself. You don't have the energy or the time. You don't know how to change your tire because you forgot to learn that. Just know, all you have to do is call 1-800-GOD do stuff for me. He'll come through, I promise. Did I ever tell you about the Waffle House? Maple syrup! The syrup is in you! Spirit is in you! Sorry. See what happens? See? Elevated spirit? I just started my own website while I was doing that. I always thought it was weird to film people who are down on their luck and shove the phone in their face and plaster it all over the internet. Yeah. And they need help, dude. They need help off screen. That's exactly what Todd did, though. That his trainer, Anthony, Todd White, made his millions, probably, doing exactly that. Fake fixing people's legs, doing hypnosis on people, group pressure scenarios where everyone has to group pressure agree on the thing that's happening, and if you ruin it, you're the bad person. And you let it go because it was a good intent. You're just trying to help, even though it's a total scam. Even though it was a parlor trick, he did it for the right reasons. When handling homeless, is that in front or not in front of a crowd? Well, he does that. Yeah, exactly. He does that in front of people. That's like donations, right? Oh, we're doing a massive donation in front of everyone for everyone to see. Why? Well, because I want to show them what it looks like to donate a lot, that I'm donating a lot. Yeah, it's weird. It's off. Giovanni, $20. To be fair, it took me much turmoil to realize that I couldn't follow Christ through what I was feeling at the moment, but that I had to humble myself. Yes. My emotions are fallible. They constantly cause me to fail, and they're ephemeral. Yeah. I'm not saying it's even hard. It's easy to just do away with. I mean, we all suffer with it still. We all do. It's just that once you know what you're suffering from, then you could heal that. But if you don't know that that's misleading, how could you try to fix something that you don't know is actually ailing you? Like, that's the real delusion. That you're the authority. That's the real delusion, that you're the authority. That you know better than the body, that the body of the church, that you know better than what's been delivered as a faith and a practice. You know better. You know how to do your version better. No one can tell you better. You don't tell me. Christ is a one-size-fits-all, and what that means is that I get to customize it. You know, I get to put my own inscription on my my earbuds. I get to change what it means. You don't get to tell me what it means. And that's just not the history of Christianity, and that's not what was delivered. That's it. It's just not the case. Did Game Caller actually verify what he's saying isn't true or not? Did he? Because I'm interested. I want to know what you said. That was in response to you saying all Christians outside of your church are going to God based on feeling. I didn't say that. But ultimately, if it's not feeling, it could be intellect. So if you're not finding the true church and it's not narrow and historic and established, the reason you're not going to that church is going to be a variation of your feeling, your intellect, your reasoning, your personal preferences and whatnot. That's it. Now, someone might turn back and go, well, no, that's what you do. No, that's actually not. There might be an element of preference involved, especially when you choose parishes. But the thing is, I didn't make up history. I didn't invent the history of the succession. I didn't do that by feeling. I didn't make that happen. My preferences and my feelings are completely irrelevant to the fact that Christ started a church, a Great Commission, and that succession of that teaching inside of a rigid church existed. I didn't make up the history that where the bishop is, the church is. I didn't make that up. I didn't come to that conclusion based on my feeling at all. So, I'm not, whatever it is, the variety of reasons people refuse to submit to an authority, you know, maybe they're not exhaustive. Maybe they're, but ultimately the category that it's going to be in is they're the authority. They're going to be the ones. They get to decide what Christianity is. They get to decide. They're their own pope. That's what's happened. It's rebellion of authority. Game Caller says someone can be convinced of orthodoxy as with Catholicism or Protestantism. It's not just feelings. I know. I already told you that. If it's not feelings, it's their own intellect. If it's not, ultimately what we're talking about is whether or not they're submitting or not. That's what's in question. Whether or not you submit to a higher authority that you believe is a normative authority that traces way before you existed and your parents existed. Way before the Enlightenment, way before rights, way before all of this stuff. So you can't just take that approach anyway. Whatever it is internally that you're using, there has to be a truth of the matter that preceded you, and the rational approach from someone who's searching for the truth in Christianity, they have to go before them. They have to go way before them first. Pretend you didn't exist, because you didn't. Imagine a true Christian church in practice in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century. What is it? Is it Bryce? Does it look like Bryce? Hell no. Hell no. Not even close, in fact. Not even close. Guys, his approach, even the heretics would be like, you're insane, man. What's going on with this guy? He wouldn't be placed anywhere. Someone with a Bible, who, by the way, there's no Bible for you to have. Coming around, walking around, yelling at people, talking to homeless people with a bunch of scribes that they somehow got from the library. No, not even close. Bryce scares me. It's just like pumping people up, you know, and this works with young people as well, like especially. They get moved, they get jarred into something. But then you go, well, what do I do now that I got jarred? And you're like, do more of that. Go to another event and get jarred again. And then you come crashing down like you did a drug. It's actually the same model. And what happens is Bryce could very well get kids off of drugs, which would be a good thing. But I think it would be a little bit lazy to say he's not putting them onto a new type of chemical phenomenon. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same. I think that would be unfair. But I would say it's similar. That then you chase a sort of a chemical rush of endorphins and adrenaline, and then you remember. You ever go to a place with some buddies and you have the best time ever? It's like a unique, special time, and it goes down into your memory folder. And then because of that time, you go, oh, I got it, you guys, we got to do that again. And then you try it, and then it's not the same. You're like, oh, I thought it was... You guys remember when it was like the best? And we went back and did it, and it wasn't the best. You're chasing something that is temporary. You're chasing a temporary phenomenon. And if you do this in Orthodoxy, it's the same problem. If you had an experience during liturgy and you were so moved by the experience that that's your new framework for going to liturgy, you're not present in liturgy then. You're present with your own mind and your own chasing of things. That's what you're doing. Oh, if I could only just that one time. It was just so beautiful and everything. Well, no. Anyone who goes to liturgy knows that sometimes you can go to liturgy really off. Sometimes your experience of divine liturgy is off. Something's off. And it's with you probably, but it's off. You know, you're working through it basically. You're having trouble making your way through it. No, I didn't go back. I just didn't have a great time last time. I just didn't, I had a bad taste in my mouth. I'm just going to go to another one that just does something. I'm just thinking, it didn't feel good. I didn't feel good. Oh, your feelings. Okay, got it. Okay, imagine that in the 2nd century. Can you imagine? Being around the closest people to Christ and his teachings, and everyone attends a lectionary. They're pre-canon, they're reading the book of Moses, right? They're reading the words of Moses, and so it's like I don't know, icky. They didn't even have the framework for that, by the way. That's luxury, by the way. To come away from an event and be like, yeah, it was like Didn't have the greatest time. Could have gone better. That's luxury. That's decadence talking. Oh, yeah. That's you wouldn't like try to transport that presentism into the early church. No, you don't have the luxury of that kind of personal take. You don't even have that as a option. Yeah, I just rather just read it myself. You know what? I'm going to just read the circulating texts and manuscripts myself. Do it at home. Just, what does it say? I heard that I can't read yet, and I don't have access to the manuscripts. But I heard through the grapevine that it says 2 or more gather in his name. Is that right? Yeah. I'm going to try to do that. XOXO believer. Nice, dude. Or lady. Congratulations. Catechumen for 7 months. Nice. Glory to God. Get baptized. Get in there. Oh, sorry, Danny. Hold on. Oh, now I have to, hold on. Now I have to go somewhere else for this. Danny. Search Danny. Stream Deck. Stream Elements. Search Danny. Giovanni. Steelborn. Where are you, Danny? Danny. Skit idea. Evangelical emotional preaching with motivational music, but it's all about evolution. Nice. That is a good idea. That's funny. You were once a fish! You were once a fish! That's funny. Which is worse to God, a prot misrepresenting Christianity for a prophet or someone who left the church and became an atheist? I don't even have the ability to answer that, Steelborn. I mean, in a general sense, the only thing I could possibly say in an attempt to be correct is that wickedness would be knowing the truth and denying it or rejecting it. Knowing, it's the knowledge of something. So whatever is the case where someone has the knowledge and they know it in their mind and heart, and they still, that's whatever that is, that's worse. But if there's two things in ignorance, I can't even make the claim. I'm not in a position. Is this good faith? No. If someone says orthodoxy is smells and bells, no, that's just kind of cute rhetoric, but no, that's not a good critique. No way. Sasso? Yeah, I've watched Will Sasso. What's he still doing? Excellent impersonator. Really good. Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think he might have the best Alex Jones, honestly. Will Sasso. Be humble. Be dispassionate and come to the one true church. Gang, gang, tubs out. Thank you, Harriet. Absolutely. Anyone watch Dudesy? I don't know who Dudesy is. How is it knowledge if they change their minds? It's not about changing their minds. It's about going toward their own will so that they're favoring their wants and needs and desires over aligning with the will of God. Like, that's it. It's not that they change their knowledge. Like, they know. They choose. That's why free will is essential here. They know and they choose otherwise. You know it's illegal, you do it anyway. It's like that. Look at it like from that position. Or my kid. You tell him no, looks right in my eyes, gives a half wink smirk, does it anyway. That's early wickedness in children. So, stop pretending that it doesn't exist. It's there. It's there fairly early, by the way, with children. That little rebellious little spirit, very, much something you can identify very early in that early rebellion.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
What the heck, dude? Isn't it weird that the early... Listen to this. Isn't it interesting that to some extent you could look at how a child is early in their humanity, early in their development, and you could use that as a microcosm to look at the early childlike of humanity itself, right? That it's a progression. Humanity begins as a child and grows out, just the way a child begins as a baby and grows out. And what do we see about early children is that they're rebellious early. Now, it's kind of funny I hit this.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
But it's just interesting that the earliest form of Christianity, the infancy, the child, would be Judaism, Jews. Not to say that the ones today are the ones then. There's a distinction, but it is interesting that from a chronological perspective, a developmental perspective from Christianity, there is an early baby. There is an early baby who ends up rejecting. It's wild. So you're saying Marilyn is young? Well, she might be young in her spiritual development. She also knows, or is at least adjacent to the true church. That's probably why she shows up. She's like, I don't want to go to the true church, but I love that you guys keep telling me. I really love that part. Please never stop. She'll get sad if we stop pushing her to orthodoxy. Oh, guys, wait. What happened, guys? What happened? I always have a couple of words that work. Shatalabikioku. Shatalabikioku. Marilyn is in every chat. She's probably she's not a real person, like a Chinese AI. They're like, make her American looking, blonde, American. Wine, make her drink wine. Lot wine. She won't get sad. She'll just reassert that she's holy. Yeah. Prayers for everyone. Pray for Marilyn. Anyway, 2 p.m. for me. I think someone's going to be streaming soon. I don't know who, but someone will do it. Has to happen eventually. Reminder, tomorrow I'll be on Jay's channel at 2. I might do a tiny short stream early, maybe not. I'm not sure. I'll be on his channel. We'll be doing a fun, insightful review on 2 different movies. One is Eden. I highly recommend watching it. If you plan on tuning in to us, watch it as long as in addition to, Gone Girl. We're going to be discussing the themes that are either overt or covert in both of those movies. Blowing is live. That's hilarious. More Mormon cartoons. My next cartoon is another episode of Skeptics. And then I'm plotting out a really crazy cartoon that I'm not even going to tell you about. How's that? How's that? Tony said, yeah, Tony should be streaming. I'll text him and tell him. Skeptics. Shatalabikioku. Shatalabikioku, Shatalabikioku. Ultravoid $5 is that why little kids want their own plastic keys? Are they just rebelling like the Pope? That's funny, Ultravoid. They is rebelling. There's a couple or even a few Gone Girl. The one with Matt Damon. Or what? Ben Affleck. I swore Casey Affleck was in one. So wait, Casey Affleck did a Gone Girl and so did Ben Affleck? And Casey was like, I'll do a better one. I thought I was hallucinating that. I thought I was doing, what do you call it? I think they're just setting up for what do they call that effect? The mandala effect? The Ramaswamy effect? Ramaswamy effect? Mandela effect? Game Caller, have you gone to Divine Liturgy yet, by the way? Still waiting on that from you. Response. Didn't know if you did that yet. Buckaroony. The Melinda effect. Yeah, the Melinda effect. That's right. All right. What do we got here? Who can we look at until someone starts streaming that's worthwhile? Who do we got? Is this really the strongest pro-choice argument? Pro-choice. Pro-choice is demonic. Demonic. What else? Waffle House. Oh, I can't. I was going to go back to Waffle House Guide, but nope. Why are you still Christian? There's no evidence for God. I'm in creative mode. I'm like, I'm going to minimize my exposure to these oppositions. I just don't care. The Atheist Delusion by, let's do a palate cleanser. One of my favorite people who talks, at least. Let me see. The motor. Where is it? Atheist Delusion.
It was actually belief in a creator that was the motor that
my boots are soggy.
Drove
my clogs are soggy.
Modern science. People believed there was a God, so they looked for his fingerprints.
That's true.
I was interested to discover that your motto at the University of Adelaide is to seek light. That's a wonderful aspiration. It rhymes very much with our motto at Oxford, which is Dominus Illuminatio Mea. That is, the Lord is my light. So seeking light and the idea of God.
Imagine recreating this guy to conduct and facilitate like yoga sessions.
Being a light. We're at the foundation of Oxford University, so it was quite clear that the people that founded my university did not.
There's always a question of whether or not doing yoga is evil if you remove all of the spiritual distinctions.
See any conflict between intellectual investigation and faith in God. It's our century that has created the fog that makes people think that there is some sort of conflict between intellectual activity in general and science in particular and faith in.
It looks easy to draw. He is easy to draw.
God.
Lot of exaggerated features.
And the question I've been asked to address.
Like if you put his head only coming out of a big turtle shell, no one would be distracted. You know what I mean? He looks like an ancient turtle from like a Pixar movie.
Look at the grains of sand.
So he's talking to the grandkids before the big conflict, which in most of these movies includes him dying.
Is, will science ever find God's fingerprints? The answer actually is science has already found them and depends crucially on them. And the very first thing that shows us that there are
Bippity-poppity-poo. Bippity-boppity-boo.
Fingerprints of intelligence in the universe is our own intelligence. I mean, think about it. Here's a mathematician, and she's thinking in.
Is Danny the best philosophy debater in the game as far as atheism? I don't know, because philosophy, a lot of it is at least kind of rooted in like physicalism at this point, and all the atheists keep splintering new schools of thought that I can't even really like. They keep creating like subcategories, and honestly, I'll be honest, I'm pretty uneducated, admittedly, to deep schools of philosophical language. I use very natural language, and I believe that's an advantage. Yes, it could make me look ignorant and stupid sometimes if someone goes, "Do you know the modality of the thing?" And I'm like, well, no. But I know that ultimately your bigger assumptions don't require me to have knowledge of that. And you could teach me, but it's not going to change my my angle of critique. So the disadvantage of that, in my case, is I can't even tell you who's the leading philosophical debater in atheism.
Hear about the universe out there. And she comes up with a set of equations or some sort of dynamic.
I'm not being mean to Professor Lennox. I'm saying he'd make a good tortoise. I'm not saying I'd make a stew out of him.
System, some sort of mathematical.
I am not slandered. I've not slandered him. I'm just saying it makes me want to ask my wife to make a bread pudding. Makes me want to sit on an old log in the woods. Pet a frog.
Object that
makes me want to carve a new pair of boots out of a log. Makes me want to abandon all electricity and only carry a candle or a lantern. Makes me want to pave a road with stones. Makes me want to chop all my own wood.
Describes what's going on out there so accurately that by using her mathematics, he can make predictions about what's going.
Makes me want to conjure a dragon.
To happen out there. How can we reduce what's happening out there in our mind to a set of equations that are written in symbols? Einstein was the same. He was amazed, so amazed that he said the only
Shire's invited.
Incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it's comprehensible.
That's good rhetoric right there. That's true. That's true. That's really good right there, Johnny.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
How?
Quail hunting. Wow, Jacob, you read my mind. Just 15 seconds ago, it wasn't a quail, it was like a fox.
It's like, before we get into the theology, we have quite a tradition here. The men go out and the women stay home, and we go out fox hunting. Then we can get into the mind.
Can we understand it and write it down in mathematics? Now, there's a lot of interest in that question because, you see, we're doing our science with our minds. What is the mind? There's a very popular book in Holland at the moment that I came across.
Suzanne says, stop with this nonsense.
Recently, you are your brain. And many of my colleagues who are of the atheist persuasion think that the mind is the brain. And if you ask them what the brain is, they'll tell you, roughly speaking, that the brain is the end product of a mindless, unguided process that didn't have it in mind.
Nobody can counter this. Nobody. Yeah, I believe that. Why are we trusting what you're saying? Well, because we can test it. Testing is also downstream from a random, unguided, purposeless process.
Well, that's extremely interesting. If you knew that your iPad, iPod, whatever it is, computer, Mac, and so on, was the end product of a mindless, unguided process, would you trust it? Of course not. So here we have the rather intriguing situation where some thinkers in our generation...
Suzanne, you make beanies? I'll take a beanie from you.
Are suggesting that the thing you do science with is not trustworthy at all. I find that deeply unsatisfying. Because you see, what's happening there is that a logical argument based on a reductionist philosophy, reducing everything to physics and chemistry and ultimately to meaningless products of a blind universe, actually reduces and destroys rationality. Now,
absolutely. There's no rationality from that view. That's why the argument, that quick syllogism I did, I don't know if you guys hung on till the end after that debate on tacos, but tacos put up my revised argument of states of affairs are not truth apt, under physicalism, evaluations, propositions using your rational faculties are just states of affairs. Conclusion, your rational faculties are not truth apt either, unless you do a special pleading fallacy. So then it forces them into this, and that's exactly what happened for those of you who were there. I predicted the special pleading happened, and they didn't know what to do with the argument anymore. It just all devolved. They just were like, I can't deal with this.
There are many people that have seen that. I was taught quantum physics by Professor Sir John Polkinghorne, and he points out in many of his books that this just can't work.
Suzanne, can you make a beanie that looks like John Lennox's head? So it's like flesh colored on the top and sides, but then it has gray wool on the side? Can you do that? Is that too much to ask for?
If you reduce thought simply to physics and chemistry and to the firing of synapses, you'd never know that you were thinking.
That's right.
Because it destroys rationality.
Well, yeah, you would never know you were knowing. You would never know. There'd be no knowing. That'd be like saying a waterfall is knowing. What? A waterfall is knowing?
Destroys meaning. So my first point is...
Probably not. No, I'm just kidding, Suzanne. No, I would want like turquoisey color, teal, or even mustard. I almost bought a Taco Bell hat. This is how impulsive I am. I almost bought a Taco Bell hat on Instagram. Anyone else admit that they almost did that? Anybody? One's in the chat if you almost bought the yellow Taco Bell winter hat that's yellow and like mustardy yellow. Anyone? Anybody? Am I the only one who's actually suffering from this spiritual problem?
Is this, that the very fact that we can think rationally is a pointer that this universe is not...
Jacob too, you see? Me and Jacob are in the same category.
All there is. That there is a supernature beyond nature.
Just one.
There is an intelligence beyond this universe.
Just one.
Now the interesting thing is this, that's not a new idea, it's a very ancient idea.
Just one.
But importantly for our
Giovanni, that's two.
Discussion is, this is the key idea that gave rise to science in the modern...
John bought it? You did not, John. Stop. Don't lie. Don't offset the question. No way.
Modern sense. Alfred North Whitehead was a brilliant historian and philosopher of science, and he said, you know, in 1500 Europe knew less than Archimedes, who died in 212 BC.
I'm like that with pew-pews? Yeah. I am too. I just don't put myself in this situation, Brady. I'm like that with guitars. Just constantly on reverb for no reason at all.
But by 1700, Newton's Principia Mathematica had been written, a work of utter genius.
Utterly genius.
And he asked the
utterly pudding. I used to make ice cream as a child. We didn't have food around where I was from, so it was either go to the creek and step on a crayfish, or whip some butter and put it in the freezer. And by freezer, I mean underground. That's how we ate things and preserve things where I'm from. You'd be happy to eat a weasel in the winter.
Question, what happened between 1500 and 1700 that led to this...
My father, early on, when I was about 5, he sent me out into the wilderness alone. He said, what am I doing? He said, you go out there and bring us food back. Don't come back till you have something. He said, what do I use? Your gun? He said, hell no. He said, use a rock or something.
Meteoric.
So it turns out I was out for 4 days.
Explosion.
That's where I found God.
In Europe, in the West, of interest in formulating the universe and understanding how it works.
Finally came back 4 days later in the early morning. He said, where's the meat? And I said, I already ate it. Had a bunch of raccoon blood all over my face. He said, fair enough, son, fair enough.
Mathematical terms. His answer? It comes from the medieval insistence on the rationality of God as creator. Now, this is so fascinating to me, because
I didn't really have access to a grandpa growing up. I realize now the impact of that. Now, people obviously don't grow up with dads. It's far worse, I think, the closer you get to your own age. But if I were to conceive of a grandpa I would want, it would be this guy. I want to have a bourbon. I want to have a bourbon with this guy immediately.
From our vantage point in the 21st century, we have people like Stephen Jay Gould, the late Stephen Jay Gould, who's a brilliant science writer, who said, whatever we say of nature, there's no evidence, there are no fingerprints of God in nature. And yet the very science, the modern science which he espoused, started with people who did believe that they were thinking God's thoughts after him, to quote Johannes Kepler, the brilliant Prague mathematician.
You got an AR? Yeah.
So it raises very interesting ideas. So
I'll build you one. I have a pretty good one. I have a Shark Tactical with like a flashlight and a laser on it. It's really nice. But something really cheesy like that I would be open to. Maybe a maybe a 20 gauge. Can you customize a really cheesy 20 gauge?
One thing I want to get straight first is this, that historic.
All right. I love John Lennox, but it's time. I think it's time. Now I would prefer to stick around and get me through the next 26.
Science developed
26, but I don't know if I have the energy.
Makes me wanna fling the pudding.
I bet, Vagine. Such a sick culture. Really, really disgusting culture. Gooberang, $5. The impersonation combined with JBP. Yeah, they should do a sleepover. You know what I mean? Like a little, or camping. John Lennox goes camping with Peterson, and they're sitting around the fire. Bunk bed's funny though. I always imagine Jordan B. Peterson constantly inviting himself over to a bunch of people's house for a sleepover. I can't quite do Jonathan Peugeot's accent though, so I can't. I'm not ready to animate that because I can't do his accent. It's just like a bizarre Canadian. I can't even categorize his delivery. I don't even know what it is. John Castle says, everyone let Jim Bob down. Thanks a lot, everyone. I mean, not really. First of all, it's January. Everyone's in like slow motion mode. We're not inflated. We need a battery charge. We're still exhausted even from the holidays and everything. It's just people getting sick. I understand.
That's a baby shotgun. 20 gauge. I don't know. Whatever it need be. I feel like if you're going to use a shotgun, if you're using it at the proper distance, it's going to do the job. If you know what I mean. Could be a 12 gauge. Don't really give. I don't give a rip. I don't give a rip.
Is it January? Yeah, it's January. 5 buckaroos from JD. I can picture Dr. Lennox auditioning, competing against Patrick Stewart for Star Trek Next Generation. Well, you know what's crazy is that we're really close to full-on movies being reformatted with all of our favorite people as the character. I've talked about this for a bit now. It's just a matter of time before someone like sort of corporatizes it, makes it a real thing, as opposed to like, oh, you want to see this movie clip, but re-put your face on it? They already have that to some high degree. I'm saying you're looking at Amazon or Netflix, and you're going to watch a movie, and it like asks you, would you like to put your any contacts in the movie? Your friends, family. You know what I mean? I would do that all day. That'd be so great. Anyway. Is anyone streaming yet?
Who's online? Let's get a super chat train. Get me at least close to my goal today. How about that? Bippity boppity boo. It was a glass shoe. Shatalabiki oku. Did I ever tell you the time when I went to a Pentecostal church? They had rattlesnakes, laser tag. They taught me how to speak in tongues. Never done it before. Had a grand old time. There was one phrase that quite stuck with me. Ended up bringing it back to the motherland with me. Shatalabiki oku.
Gonna be a fun stream tomorrow with Jay. Yeah, it'll be fun. I have a feeling it's going to be a series of me importing symbolic insights that are way big of a stretch. And he's like, oh, I don't know about that. I mean, it could be, but it's like, I don't know if that would I don't know if that was explicit or something, but yeah, I could probably see that. Then he's going to have to be nice to me about it. But like, did you ever see like that part? The symbolism of the blood spilling on the floor in Gone Girl? That was like her changing her blood to be a new person. It was like a resurrection. It was like a symbolic. I don't know about that, dude. I mean, I guess. It does count, John. Of course it counts. Look at it. Did you see that? It went up. It counts. It would all count. If it was a bunch of $2 and it got me the 50, it's not the amount in my head. It's that. It's that fraction, that evil fraction. That evil, incomplete fraction up there. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. Seems like a stretch. Fractions are dumb. What do we got here? What's going on? What are we even doing? Austin Tatilio, another $5. Saying nothing, helping out the fraction. I hate math. I hate the math. Sermon on the Mount, a lecture by Jordan Peterson 2 days ago. Is he even with us? I mean, I don't mean to be dark about it, but like, did they like preserve his identity and they're going to be just kind of like reeling out new videos? That's bound to happen, y'all. Who's that? Who is that? Who's going to be the first? The first person to die, but we don't know they die, but they're in the perfect position to be replicated to high degree of believability, replicated through AI, and then it's just a series of videos, but they're gone, and we don't know. I think Jordan Peterson is back pretty much in the best position for that right now. I don't mean to be dark or anything, but yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I could see that. Oh. Yes, Peterson's still alive, slowly recovering. Well, prayers to Jordan Peterson. My name, most people don't know that my name's not Jordan, actually. It's Malachi. Shady Grove? Why not? You know what? Why not? There's a tenor. Doesn't help the fraction, but it helps in general, yeah. Thank you. Let's do it. Music time. Music time. Hello, Yamaha. I'm a Yamaha simp now, you guys. Total Yamaha simp. I like to tune to my voice. You guys hear it? Coming through? Get her. I feel like tomorrow's stream will be about a certain actor as a psyop for Christian Science, Scientology, manipulate the masses, and as a puppet for the secret elites. That sounds like a summary of like one of Jay's books. Sort of a bad fraction. Yeah, we're against bad fraction. So we're against that. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Beaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Cheeks as red as a blooming rose and eyes of a curious brown. She's a darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away.
just want Shady Grove to say she'll be my wife. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Get myself a big fine horse and corn to feed him on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed him when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. Bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. Bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away.
Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want to want it all. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. It was early in the evening and I'm staring to the sky. Well, I swear I've seen the second sun, I'm telling you no lie. Like a pair of burning eyes staring at me from afar. Well, I thought I'd chase him down, so I hopped on in my car. But as I turned the key, I looked and they were gone. Don't know what I seen, but something's going on. Yeah,
Lane Sing Iris by Goo Goo Dolls.
Bright blue sunny morning, not a single cloud in sight. Ground Zero's calling for a non-existent flight. Like a double game of Jenga, they came tumbling to the floor. Something had to justify a 25-year war. The mothers, they came forward demanding truth for all. Anyone with a half a brain would know that's not how buildings fall. You can lie to me, I got eyes to see, playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. 1969, and we're gathered round the tube. Well, Jackie's dead after he said we're going to the moon.
half a century later, and we're still not going back. But we nailed it on our first attempt in a flimsy tinfoil shack. You can lie to me, I got eyes to see. Playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. Now I'll go outside and I'll see zombies everywhere, with the windshields on their faces, looking for the next big scare. And all their little screens tell them they are close to harm. Big Pharma says no worries, just let us in your arm. But I don't know about you, I'm keeping my veins clean. I will not be an extra in your one world movie scene. You can lie to me, I got eyes to see. Playing hide and seek with my mind. You can lie to me, I got eyes to see. Playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy. Anytime. Much. All right, let me set up my raid. Raid. We're getting up there, dude. 8 more. 8 more. We can do this. We can do this. We can do it. No one likes fractions. Don't divide. Unite. Hello, listener. Where are you? Thank you, Slutty. Thank you, Ghetto Rice. No one likes fractions when we're talking about money. 8 more chats and I'll feel really good about today. I was born in a mountain town, in a little love farmhouse by the stream. And I'd sit up on those rocks and I'd dream about leaving that old mountain town. So I went out to Hollywood land with this old guitar, not a dollar in my hand. And I never made a deal, my soul they couldn't steal. And I packed it up and I left that Hollywood land. Time to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. So I went back to the mountain town, got a little love farmhouse by the stream. And I sit up on those rocks and I dream about growing old in that little old mountain town. Time to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. It's actually kind of nice, slower and soft. Now I can't decide. Maybe I'll sell an album with 5 of the same songs. Well, there ain't no use in sit and wonder why. Well, there ain't no use in... What is it? Well, there ain't no use in calling up. There ain't no use in turning on your light, babe. There ain't no use in turning on your light, babe. Can't hear it anymore. Wish there was something I could do or say to make me change my mind and stay. We never did too much talking anyway. Don't think twice, it's alright. Well, there ain't no use in turning on your light, babe. Oh, wait, that's what it was. There ain't no use in calling out my name like you never done before. Ain't no use in calling out my name. I can't hear you anymore. Sitting here walking down the road. I once loved a woman, a child, I'm told. Gave her my heart, but she wanted my soul. Don't think twice, it's alright. So long, honey, babe, where I'm bound, I can't tell. Goodbye's too good a word, babe, so I wish thee fairly well. I ain't saying you treated me unkind. Could have done better, but I don't mind. You just sort of wasted my precious time. Don't think twice, it's alright. I mean, it could have been good. There is a house in New Orleans. They call it the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. My mother was a tailor. She sewed my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man way down in New Orleans. Now the only thing a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk. And the only time he feels satisfied is when he's on the drunk. Now, mother, tell your children not do what I have done. Spend your life in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. I got one foot on the platform and the other's on the train, and I'm going back to New Orleans to wear my ball and chain. There is a house in New Orleans, they call it the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. House in New Orleans, call it the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. There is a house in New Orleans, call it the rising sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. All right, that's it for me today. Anybody? No, Tony? Joel reads Bible? No. Grandpa gaming? Maybe. No. Nobody? Nothing? Zero? Zip? Zilch? Nobody? Well, fine. Have it your way. Have it your way.
Do I know Umbop? No, but someone told me that one of the members of Umbop is Orthodox. I don't know what to believe these days. I don't think God Logic allows transfers. So. Nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go on this show or the next. There's no way to go online. There's nothing online for you to consume next. I'm sorry, you'll just have to go blind. Start, it's fine. Go over there if you want. I don't care. Tony, will he stream or not? Tony, show us what you've got. It's better falsetto, right? Tony, will he stream or not? Tony,
check out Basic Logic YouTube for voting is not a right video. Also the movie Nefarious if you want to cry.
During the song, the last thing I wanna hear is an Indian neck deep in shit
Gene. Tony, show us what you've got. Tony, will he stream or not? Tony, show us what you've got to say today. Say today. Peer pressure. Tony made his choice. Streaming is not for little boys. I'm just kidding, Tony. I love you. It's only because it rhymed. That's all. Don't take it personally. Tony, they say you snooze, you lose. It's time to put on your big boy shoes. I'm just kidding. I love you. Tony, please don't get all sad. If you don't stream, we'll still be glad for you. And what you decide to do. All right. This is getting masturbatory. This is getting crazy, dude. This is getting out of hand. Dude, I can't just... This is just getting I mean, this is like getting repetitively like overkill.
of this as like a negative thing, like we're sad that you're not streaming. Don't take it personally, dude. Just do what you want, it's fine. We're not, I mean... Tony, no matter what you do, everyone left in the chat still loves you. Spend the rest of the day, maybe eat some fudge. People in the chat won't definitely judge you. live yet? I finally got Tony to stream.
finally made our dreams come true. Oh, you're in the... No, I can't do that right now. The whole thing was shut down, bro. Either stream or not, that's all I got. Either start a stream for me to direct all these people to you, or say goodbye. I guess it's goodbye. I guess it's goodbye. I guess it's goodbye. Where is the Tony that we know and love? I don't see a stream below or above the other streamers today. Where the hell are you, Tony? Where are you, Tony? You're taking forever. I'm really getting hungry and grumpy right now. I don't see your channel. Don't see your channel. There he is. All right, y'all. Love y'all. Enough of this. Everybody W's in the chat for us, not even Tony. Us. We did this. We did this. We did this.